Okay.
Actually, no. I would start with finding Ragesh. I would start with finding Ragesh.
Ragesh was probably still with your boat, so he's back at the docks.
Then I probably would have walked to the docks.
Okay. Is anyone else not going with the captain or determining to go somewhere else?
Uh, on the way to the boat,
Mm-hmm.
is there a tavern of sorts?
Numerous taverns. So the area you guys travel to from the docks, like the docks are a good halfway down the island itself, so it's a good hour or two walking. There is some public transport, which would make that a little bit faster, but still, you can't zip back and forth between there in a matter of minutes. So if you wanted to
Hello, hello.
divert, there's any number of like downtown taverns. There's the rougher dock workers taverns. There's the shadier side, the south side of the island. If you want to go there, there are plenty of drinking establishments you could go to. Absolutely.
I'd like to dust off my musical instrument and play.
Okay. Um. So for Eyes, he's gonna like kind of segue off and go to a place. How soon do you leave the rest of the party? Do you kind of like stay in the middle of the city, or do you just kind of wander off from where the ship is in the docks?
Yeah, it's closer towards the docks.
Okay.
And my kind of rationale is I'm a little frustrated after the fight not being involved.
Okay. Yeah, easily enough. There is a place called the Gruesome Butcher, and it is a pretty, especially as the night's wearing on, a rough and tumble place. So you do see that there is one minstrel who is actually coming off of not really a stage, just kind of a raised area that happens to be where like people might post posters and things. But there are no tables, so you can be seen. But he's like nursing like a big black eye, which is obviously swollen up after things being thrown at him. He just kind of like gives you a look like good luck, and then leaves.
Cool. How many folks are in there now? Is it pretty crowded?
It's pretty crowded, yeah. You would assume that this place could easily have about 40 to 50 people in it comfortably, and it's well over double that. So
Wow.
it's
Okay.
standing room only, and if there are supposed to be like actual tables and whatnot, you can't see them anymore. It's too crowded.
Cool. All right. I'm gonna ask the proprietor if I can use the stage.
You try to flag down somebody, but every time you think you see somebody who works there carrying like stuff, they're literally too busy to. As long as like nobody's coming to kick you off, you have the stage.
All right. I'm going.
Okay. Give me a performance check.
22.
22. It takes a while for you to kind of like get your rhythm, but once you get going, there's just a pretty good sound that you're going, and a couple of the people like right around you start like clinking their glasses along with it, and it begins to like kind of like run up to sort of a chant and some claps and things like that. So for the first song, people are like excited and happy, and you're like, all right, awesome, good. And then people start pelting you with copper pieces in an almost kind of like condescending way, but you take it as, all right, I can keep playing, I guess.
Cool. I'm gonna keep going.
You keep going. Anyone who's like now going to be walking by outside will begin to hear the tunes of music. Effectively, these people just want to drink. So as long as you don't piss anybody off, you have the stage for as long as you want it, and could probably get a little bit of coin from the evening.
All right.
Been in. Yep. Go ahead.
Then I'm gonna start to sort of like not really sing a song because my voice is not that good, but I'll put a little chorus in the chat.
Okay. Eyes has gone on to drown his woes, sing his songs. Keys, you were with the party and you were with the captain who kind of was walked back to the docks in a bit of a huff. Are you accompanying him back to the ship, or are you going to do something else?
I'm accompanying back to the ship. I need rest.
Okay, fair enough. Um, Once the two of you get back to the ship together, the captain goes off to find Ragesh, who is apparently below decks. The rest of the crew are up above decks, and of course, you had this interaction with Tim Tim where he handed you this drawing of this figure, and he asked about Sherry and if she was in danger because he had a dream about her, and he was very, very worried. So you're kind of like trying to get him to calm down because apparently he got very agitated while he was asleep. He's a fucking kid. He can't stay up all night. The rest of the crew, knowing that there was something going on above the city and what looked to be some kind of a flying creature, pelts you with questions about what the fuck is going on.
I'll just gather everyone together, so that way I only have to say this once. There was a dragon. Apparently, Sherry had some magical item that was being tracked by the Golden Circle and their leadership, and that is where the misfortunate events have been coming from. And I need to know where in the fuck we learn of any pirate activity and any mystical beings that may be behind the pirates and their origins have come from. Do any of you have any insight into where we can get some answers?
All of the deckhands and the other people, even the two guys who had been hired just to like help with the excess cargo, who seemed to just kind of be hanging around, just kind of all like shrug their shoulders. And Anais comes up and just says, "Sort of, Captain. I mean, we're not really specialist about that kind of thing, so
No, this is my mission for tonight.
oh,
If you
real
guys have any insight into where I should start.
no, thing is, do you know anything? No, not really. It's not really my sort of cup of tea. I can tell you where the gambling den is, where the whorehouse is. Sorry, that Captain. I'm not really a man for that.
Where's the gambling den? I might need you to take me. That might be a start.
Oh well, there's the Two-Penny Knuckle. There's the Opine Theater. And then like they all start waving off and like throwing like pieces of bone from their meals at him. Like, shut the fuck up, Fingers. He's joking. Well, I was mad about his business. I'm gonna drink by myself then. And he just kind of like fucks off.
All right. And then, okay. So does that answer the crew? Is the crew just like kind of satisfied at this point?
Crew doesn't like. They're fine. They're very much worried, but apparently, like you're in command and you're taking charge of it. They are also a little worried that like most of the crew, other than Cherry, hasn't come back, so they're not sure what they're supposed to do. So they kind of just if you're not there, they're just hanging around, tending to the ship and making do with what they can.
You know, are there any like downtime activities I could have these guys be doing? Like,
They mostly do what you pay them to do, which is to look after the ship by security, as well as making sure that it's in good repair. So you've never had to worry about like damages or upkeep or anything like that. They're just doing it for you as part of their pay.
got it. All right. Well, that works. Is Ragesh around? Can I have a word with Ragesh?
You believe he's where he normally would be, is below deck, where there's a little bit more quiet, especially in a like rowdy dock area.
Then I'll try and go find him.
Okay, it's easily enough. He is down there once again, pouring through that personal journey of his. Just
I'll say hello in Draconic, trying to
Oh.
bridge a conversation.
Yes, Captain. For this, you would not want the formal, you would want the informal, although we have a working relationship, so it would be Ukralia, and not Ukalish.
Noted.
What can I do for you, Captain?
Were you aware that there was a dragon attack on the city tonight?
I'm sorry, you said there was a dragon attack on the city.
Yeah.
It must be a joke, Captain. You're jesting.
Finnan's gonna pull out the let's see here. Let's pull out the dragon scales and the breath pouch.
The second you pull out the dragon scales and like fan them out, and he can see, the book drops from his hands. Where did you get that, Captain? Who sold that to you?
Finnan's gonna look for Gesh deadpan in the eyes. It attacked us, and it attacked the city, and we had to do what we had to do.
He begins to kind of like mumble things to himself and like nervously.
Are you
pick at his
aware
sharp
of any
teeth.
intent of why a dragon would attack this city?
No, Captain. The dragons, our lords. There aren't any left. There have been rumors flying that we've had sight of younglings, but it's impossible. I'm telling you, it's impossible. There aren't any dragons left.
From what I could tell, this was once a youngling that we had encountered back on Rael. Is that where we were?
The major island of Rael,
Yeah. We encountered this dragon in the Grove, and it appears to have grown up and it
What?
taken its abilities with it.
When was this? What do you mean you encountered a youngling? What species of dragon? He starts to just like inundate you with questions about what did it look like? How did it behave? Could it talk? Were there any other dragonborns you've told this to? Just on and on and on, wanting you to give him information.
I guess Finn will answer all those questions, and then Finn will pause him after, I guess, 3 more questions, and will say, enough. Are you aware of any 5-headed dragon or being that could potentially represent the pirate orders?
When you mention a 5-headed dragon, he stops getting all agitated and gets like a very cold and distant look. And he says, I can get you information, Captain, but I have to go and speak with members of my order. Do I have your leave for the evening to do so? Bring you answers in the morning.
Do you need protection?
In a city this large, you would think so, but no. I should be fine.
Am I there with him?
Did you say you were?
It depends on if you went down or if you stayed on deck like you normally do to take your rest.
Okay, I definitely was on deck.
Okay, you're on deck with Tim right now.
I would like to meditate with Tintin.
Okay. If you give him leave, Ragesh is very quickly going to like sharply bow, pick up his book off the ground, but like shove it into his sack, and then just like brusquely move past the rest of the crew.
Wait,
and
but before he
head
does
into the
that,
crowd.
Finn's gonna grab his shoulder. Boat by sunrise.
You have my word, Captain. I will be back no later than sunrise to this boat. I promise.
Okay.
And the second he steps off that boat, he just quickly like goes into the crowd, and for such a giant red-scaled creature, he's invisible within seconds. You don't see him anymore. Keys, you have decided to try to calm down Tim and meditate with him. Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Oh,
He's in a pretty
that's
he's been in a pretty agitated state, so.
Hold on. My first aid kit fell, and now everything is.
Oh no.
It's okay. Okay. So. So as I would also like to cast guidance on him
Okay.
as we're sitting there meditating.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe that'll help and calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! Get back on the table. Okay, so 17 base roll,
Okay.
and then this is a persuasion plus 2, 19.
Okay. So it takes a few minutes, but you are able to eventually begin to talk him down. And it's interesting. While you're talking to him, there's almost like this dissonant whispering going on around you that slowly gets quieter and quieter as all of these disparate thoughts, which you don't really know where they're coming from, but eventually you realize that they are thoughts that are coming from Tim directly into your mind. And slowly it gets quieter and quieter until all you hear anymore is just the lapping of the water around and the distant murmuring of all the crowds further up the docks. He may not be asleep, but he is very much at least in a quieter, calmer mood thanks to you.
Do I sense that he's going to be able to meditate tonight or even get sleep tonight?
Give me an insight check.
14.
14, hard to say. You know that with your your ministry and your helping of the orphans, it can be very difficult when a child is traumatized to just get them to bed back down. You're really not in uncharted waters here because now you're dealing with a kid who seemingly has some kind of magical or paranormal powers in a way that you don't fully.
Cough.
After calming him down, I reached out and just like tussle his hair a little bit
Mhm.
and just like the moon is pretty bright tonight. There might be some good fishing. Why don't you sit on the bow and see if you can catch anything? And I kind of take my fishing gear out and just like give him a brief overview of how to just. I'm sure he
Right.
already knows.
Yeah, no, he's
Out
more
of
than
it.
familiar. For about the first hour or so, he very much is just kind of nervously and anxiously thinking about something else, and again, that murmuring kind of comes back up in your mind. But slowly, as it gets closer to like midnight, 1 a.m., you can see that while he is kind of rigidly standing there holding the pole, every so often he just. And eventually you get him to where he's kind of like in a little half sitting position, and you just kind of let his head lean against the railing, and he eventually nods off. This is like late into the evening though, like well past midnight when this happens. So it takes
Got
you a
it.
while to get him to actually calm down. Rickethan, you would eventually have come back to the boat by probably about 11 o'clock at night. So you were able to get a little bit more information because you accompanied Sherry into the barracks where they were holding her, and you can share all that with them.
I wouldn't necessarily broadcast it to the whole crew, but I
Mhm.
would definitely go to Finnan and the whole crew of the ship. I would definitely do it to the collective.
Right. So, Eyes would still be gone for quite some time. He probably hasn't come back yet from his evening in. Eyes, I will tell you that you know several people who've come and gone in droves, various crews and things like that as you've been there for an hour or so. But there are a couple of people who do tend to hang around, and you are starting to note now, like the people that actually work there and the husband and wife owners, which seem to be running the kitchen / serving at the bar and stuff like that. So you're getting a little more accustomed to what's going on. Give me a perception check if you would.
1-5.
With 15? Yeah, there do seem to be a couple of mercenaries / seasoned warrior professionals hanging around at one back table or another, trading stories, and some of them get pretty animated in the way they're talking. So probably if you wanted to look for a card game or any other kind of scuttlebutt, these might be the people that you would want to ask. And they look to be either half elvish or elvish, and then there's a mixture of humans in there as well.
Do any of them look particularly talkative / drunk?
Give me an investigation check.
Net 20, 24.
Oh yeah, there is this one young woman, this half-elven, dark-haired woman, light skin, short little pixie cut, all decked out in this tight-fitting leather armor with like knives all up and down her and these fingerless gloves. And she is just talking very animated and slapping people and just doing all this other stuff. And every so often you'll note that she will reach like behind somebody or touch somebody's back or things like that. And just because you have such a good sight for people's movements of their bodies, she keeps palming stuff from all of her compatriots. She is just continuously coin purse this, small dagger or key that, little ring off somebody's finger. She just kind of keeps nicking stuff. But everyone is like oblivious and she is just running the table.
I'm gonna saddle up to the table. Kind of act a little drunk, happy, and as I make my way over there, if I don't have an ale in my hand, I sort of try to take one.
Yeah,
I get to the table.
You swipe one from somebody living over, and they almost kind of like angrily like reach back to you, and then see that you're the guy who's been singing. Like fuck, he's good for it. He's got enough copper on him. He's fine.
Cool. I'm gonna kind of sort of fall into the table, into a chair at the table with the talkative girl.
Well, well, well. If it isn't our handsome minstrel. Round of applause, round of applause. He does such a good job. That first fellow was awful. Couldn't carry a tune to save his life. So, who are you?
I'm just a traveling player of my here pan flute. Did you enjoy?
I did. You're an awful liar, by the way. We can see that you're a swordsman. Come now. What are you really doing here?
I'm just killing dragons and trying to figure out where my friend went.
Dragons. That's hilarious, of course. Do you also ride unicorns on the off times? And they also start laughing with her. No, honestly, though, what are you about? What's your name, stranger?
They call me Braden.
Braden, Adelia Quickfoot. Of the Blackpool Quickfeet, you probably know my father. We're quite famous.
Are you now?
Yes, best thieves in the world we are. Isn't that right, Samson? And she, like, does a little hand trick, and there's a gold ring. He's like, you cheeky bitch! What? Right off my head! Well, you are quite drunk, and I'm quite good, so...
So what do you do with all this shit that you steal?
Oh, it just makes its way around the underworld economy. Sooner or later, it gets to one place they know where to look. They'll buy it back. It's all for fun. I had a good score tonight, and I'm celebrating with some local friends.
You ever get in trouble with the spell guard?
All the time. But I have my ways.
Your ways? What is that?
I mean, I have my feminine wiles. I have my escape artistry. There isn't a cell that can hold a Quickfoot, let me tell you.
Do those fingerless gloves help you?
They do, and they are genuine bugbear leather, believe it or not.
Yeah, right.
Well, they are. I don't care if you believe me or not. And they fit so perfectly on my dainty little fingers.
Indeed, they do. So what? Are you you got a team here? Or are you working this shit by yourself?
No, I work alone. But if you are ever in need of the best thievery in the world, I come at a reasonable rate. I'm actually just off my last contract, so I am free. And I dabble now and again in data brokering, information gathering, if you're of that sort as well. You said you were looking for someone?
I might be.
Hmm.
How do people get a hold of you?
You just ask around and I find you, friend. Brennan, you said?
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Go ahead and roll a deception check for me.
8.
Her eyes kind of narrow a little bit. I'll make a note of that. Brennan, as you said. Well, If you happen to have their name on hand, I'll ask around. Where can I find you tomorrow? You at the shipyards? Or do you have a
Yeah.
berth somewhere?
We're over there by the docks, but I'm not going to tell you which boat.
Oh, I
I've got
see. A
some friends.
little challenge. All right. Well, I think I'll surprise you.
Alright.
Who are you looking for again?
Well, if you're so well informed as you seem to be,
Hmm.
aren't you? Are you aware of a person that was maybe captured by the spell guard?
I may be able to find out in the next hour if I don't already know. The Spellguard don't normally make it public knowledge, but I have a few friends who could tell me if I ask them nicely.
All right. Well, I don't really know you, and I'm not really privy to tell in you some of what I know. Just like I'm sure you're not so keen on telling me what you know. So we're gonna leave it at that. And once we can sort of trust each other a little bit more, maybe we'll have more information.
She
But
reaches across the table and puts her arm across your arm. Dear, I don't fucking trust anyone. Least of all you.
least of all,
Huh.
come on. I got
Her
my
hand-
pan flute here. We had a connection.
Her hand traces back over yours. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
22.
22. Both of the straps on your bone guard bracer are loose, and if you were like just rotate your arm, it'd fall right off.
Aha, nice try.
You'll
I'm
know
gonna
it
kind
when I
yeah.
take something from you.
of fair enough. Well, it was a pleasure getting to know you. Or whatever it is that we just did.
Indeed. I'll be here for another hour, and then I'll find out what mystery of who got taken by the spell guard you're wanting to know, Brennan.
And mostly it's how the fuck we can get her out.
Oh, that part's easy. I could do that in my sleep, but it would cost you at least 5,000 to 8,000 gold.
5 to 8,000 gold. I'm
Yes.
sure it would cost that.
It would.
Do you ride in on a dragon to save the day with that kind of money?
You know, I don't know what it is with you swordsmen mentioning dragons all the time, but this mythos obsession of yours is boring. You should think of more realistic terms. I hear that the real threat these days are those arcane cannons. Pirates seem to be trying to buy them up like hotcakes.
Yeah, well. The only weapon you need is a good sword. And maybe a pan flute. I hear they can do some damage.
I suppose so. Well, you have a good evening. I'm going to drink with my friends and fleece a few more customers.
Alright. Take it easy.
While all this is going on, Sherry, when you were taken to the cell, and it's a very simple wooden cell, there is basically a bench/bed area with maybe a little bit of blanket/bedroll. You can either use it as a pillow or as a blanket, and that's it. And then in the corner, there seems to be kind of a chamber pot situation. And there's really not even enough room to pace in here. It's like you take a step and a half, and that's it. So there's the door, there's a bench, and there's a little bit of room to stand in. And there are multiples of these that go down a hallway. And when you were walking here, you noted that the layout and structure was kind of abnormal because you would like go and then turn and then go and then turn. So it's kind of it's not laid out in any kind of organized fashion. It's just wherever they could build these rows of cells.
Okay.
You have been basically sitting in here for 20 to 30 minutes. And eventually a guard just kind of walks by, and they all have like these little wooden truncheons, these sticks with a bit of iron band on them, and he just knocks on the outside of the wood, which is, rows and bars of them, so he can easily talk to you. And he just says, "Hey, I heard that they served you dinner or something before. Normally dinner service is long gone, but you want a bowl of broth or something, I could bring it to you."
Thank you, but I think I'm okay.
Fair enough. Just hope you had enough. When the interrogators get here. Well, anyways. Shouldn't be long now. He walks off.
Can I look outside? Is there another cell across from me?
There is a cell that is directly across from you. It's a very narrow hallway, only about like person to person, shoulder to shoulder is width. So it's very easy to see that there is another cell and row of cells across from you.
Do I see anybody inside?
Make a perception check.
25.
25. There is nobody directly across from you, but if you put your, keen ears to play, you will note that there is somebody who is loudly snoring like a few ways down. Sounds like a fairly large, heavyset person, but other than that, you really can't tell much. But it seems to be fairly quiet on wherever your section is. The only other thing you hear, other than the guard's footsteps, is a little bit of chattering this way or that way, where two guards happen to meet up and just be talking about the events of the evening.
And the cell door, is it like fully locked?
Give me an investigation check.
That's horrible. 3.
3. You can't really make out any kind of a lock, as much as you see that there is just like a bar, another wooden bar that's been put over the door so that it will not open. You're not really sure if it's that simple of a mechanism or you just can't see where there is an actual lock system.
Okay. Well, since I can't really do much of anything, can I meditate to try to gain some strength back?
You certainly can. So you go to basically seat yourself on the bench or on the ground and get into that meditative trance if you try to get things back. Unfortunately, within a good 15, 20 minutes, the guard comes stomping back, knocks on the door, and then you hear it. And they open up the door, interrupting you. All right, let's go.
Slowly. Okay, she stands up and goes with him.
Pair of guards begin to walk you back down the way you came, back towards the main complex. You do note, yes, there are one or two other people. Most of them are trying to sleep as it is nighttime, so you don't really see anybody awake looking at you as you pass by. There are some whispers from one or two of the guards, but you mostly just make your way past all of these rows of cells back into the compound, and you are taken to a small cordoned off room. It looks very similar to the room that you guys were staying in before. There is a low table. There is a couple of pads to sit on around them. The guards basically just kind of march you to one end of the table, ask you to sit down, and then they go and post themselves up in the corners.
Okay. She goes
Okay.
and sits down.
You're only there for a couple of minutes at most before a trio of clerics come in, and they all seem to be wearing the same style of like white robes with black inside vestments and then kind of tall hats that go to a narrow point. One of them seems to be carrying a tray full of things, and they're all kind of wearing the same kind of accoutrements. You notice they all seem to have these medallions around them, some kind of a face mask or something. And on the tray, it's a couple of items, but one of them is a tea set. And you can actually see the hot water steaming out. And the clerics kind of like nod to the guards, and they actually all nod and bow to you and smile. And they put the tea service out and begin to pour it. And they slide a little cup over to you. Please, you are the estate's honored guest. We would not wish you to be thirsty.
Okay.
Poison.
The clerics position themselves on opposite sides of the table, and then one of them sits across from you. The other thing that you notice as an item that they take out And neither of the clerics that are seated on the opposite sides of the table directly look at you. They kind of seem to bow their heads and almost get into a meditative seating arrangement and are just quiet. Whereas the one sitting across from you basically nods to you and begins to remove the other things from the tray. One of them is a little bowl. In addition to this kind of smooth-edged round metal bowl, they have a little tool, and they basically take out the bowl and they begin to rub the edge of the bowl, and it begins to create this sound. It's supposed to make a sound. There we go. Gotta crank that way up to hear it, but you just hear this tone start to be made. And as it reverberates every time that they knock the edge of the bowl and then rotate the tool around it, you almost feel like it's affecting you. Like there is this magical reverberation happening every single time that they tap the bowl and send these shockwaves going out. It's not really visible, but every time that you hear the sound, you kind of feel it a little bit deeper in your chest. I'm going to need you to make a charisma saving throw, DC 14.
I'm gonna go die. 20.
20. Okay. So, you have arrived here in our city and seemingly brought communications from a faraway nobleman named Arius Sweetfellow.
That's right.
I am curious why you deflected the association before. Did you feel as if that being his letter carrier had some form of dishonor or mistrust?
Well, and as you know, he is not exactly a safe fellow. He is quite dangerous, as you guys say.
Indeed. But if he is dangerous, why would you take a commission from him?
Well, it's either that or I see my friends die outside of me. Or at least that's how I felt when I was right there.
I see. Did he outright threaten you directly?
Doesn't one person need to outright threaten somebody for them to be dangerous?
No. I suppose not. As you ask you these questions, I would like for you to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 13.
That's a 5.
It's a 5. When she says the name Arius Swiftfellow, what are the surface level thoughts that come to mind? What are memories about him that you would think about just at the mention of his name?
Probably thinking about what happened to her family in the past and kind of trying to shake it off type thing.
Okay. I have another question, if that is all right.
I don't think I have much of a choice now, do I?
You always have a choice of whether or not to tell the truth.
I don't think I have lied so far.
There's a quick look to the other clerics, and they just kind of silently give a look back, but you don't see any expression on their face. You travel with this adventuring party, calling themselves the Collective. The name you give them is Sherry. Is that your name?
It is now.
Were you once known as Sakura Uchihiko of House Sarata?
That name does not exist anymore.
When you hear the original birth name and your house, what are the other surface thoughts you think of?
Ah. Like a flooding of thoughts come to her mind. I'm trying to get away from that past. Why would you bring it back?
We wish to know what has come into our city. There are plenty of threats against the Lady Alnaran and her house. Plenty of threats against the council.
And
It is possible that you are one of those threats.
I am not one of them. You tell me that he is tracking me. I did not even know this. If I knew this, why would I give such an item to you willingly? Well, I guess you took it from my thing, but why would I even bring it to you when I know that you guys would search us? Does not make any sense whatsoever.
It may be that you were simply a pawn used by Area Swithfellow to gain an advantage.
That may be, but how is that my fault?
Fault is not always something so readily apparent. The cleric who's been speaking with you looks to one of the others, and they finally kind of like open their eyes from the meditative state. Do you think it is your fault that your family was slaughtered? And he's like staring daggers right into your face.
Yes.
But you said yourself, if you did not know, how can it be your fault? Is it not the same thing?
She just kind of holds her head down and goes, no. You know it's not the same thing.
At this, the person who seems to be leading the interrogation sets aside the tool while another person picks it up and keeps doing the motion over and over again, and they just take a sip of their tea. Jerry, if you wish to avoid anything bad happening to you or your crew, I would suggest that you be forthright with us. And at advantage, can you make a wisdom saving throw, DC 15?
19.
19. You feel the push into your mind of someone trying to push you with a kind of a charming effect, a commanding effect, to push your direction towards answering their questions. It does not take hold. And this is something, you were trained with from your tutor about how to guard your mind, and especially with your elven ancestry, how you have a greater than normal chance at avoiding people who can reach into people's minds and affect them. So for right now, you don't feel the need to speak to their question of giving more information. The person holds their look at you for a moment, waiting for you to respond, and then looks back over to the other person, and they just kind of like give like a short shake of the head, and the other cleric bows and stands up and actually begins to walk behind you. Jerry, in our experience interrogating many various people from various factions, we must tease out what is true and what is the appearance. I see into your mind that you encountered the death of your family, husband, child, and feel as if your action or inaction is what killed them. In my experience, things happen. Only what we directly do is of the utmost importance. Only that can we say we are responsible for. If you mean what you say, that you were simply doing what you thought was right to protect your crew, in the same way you did those things that you thought was right to protect your family, then I believe you. But you must believe it yourself.
Mm. It's a little bit hard.
They slowly stop doing the spell effect, and you can feel the reverberations slowly stop. The head cleric simply nods to the other two, who begin to take the elements away, and she just kind of like touches over the medallion she and the others have been wearing. I have just one last question for you, Jerry. Would you be willing to risk your life if it meant the protection of your crew? Not Lady Alnarin. Your crew.
Yes.
Very well. Guards, and the two guards come back, standing on either side of you. You may take her back to the cell for this evening, and she will be processed in the morning. Thank you, Jerry.
She nods.
Oh, one last thing. And she says a phrase that would normally sound like gibberish, but because you speak Draconic, you would recognize it. Were you ever shown the schematics for a arrow of slaying?
Has she?
Go ahead and give me a history check.
19.
19. You've never heard of this before.
I no.
Do you say that in Draconic or Elvish?
In Elvish.
And she just kind of like looks at you for a minute, rubbing the medallion. Thank you, Sherry. Have a restful evening. The guards walk you back down the hallway, back to that little cell, slide the wooden door shut, and then whatever mechanism is used to block the door from opening again, they reattach. The guards just kind of give you a look, a nod, and then walk back and forth down the hallway, and this will be what they'll do for the rest of the night. You're basically locked in for this night.
Well, she'll go ahead and try to sleep again, or go into trance, I guess.
Go into a trance? Gotcha. You get a little bit deeper in. You get about an hour or so in, and it is probably getting on towards what the time frame would be for back at the boat, where it's about 12 or 1 in the morning. And a voice coming from everywhere and seemingly nowhere reaches into your mind. Sherry! Sherry! This is the Archmage. I'm speaking to you from far away. Is this thing on? Hello?
Who's this?
Oh, thank God. After the last 4 people, I was getting worried. Jerry, listen to me very carefully. I am the Archmage of the Isle of Marquet, greatest of wizards. I know you are in trouble, Sherry. Do not worry. Help is coming soon.
Okay. How did you know that I was in trouble?
I am a very powerful wizard. No, don't touch that while I... Voice cuts out.
Okay. Isle of what? You said Isle of Marcade?
The Isle of Marquet would have been where you guys went to the Arcane Academy and where you took all of the stuff you found under the water, and where the blue rot plague was. So when you met the Archmage very briefly in his personal chamber, and he kind of gave you the rundown of where all these creatures are coming from in the far realm. And now that he's met you, he has seemingly created some kind of a telepathic connection and reached out across the entire archipelago to talk to you.
Okay. A little bit crazy, but okay.
As a few minutes go by, very quickly you hear again, all right, no, I think that's it. That's it. Sherry, can you hear me?
Yes?
Excellent. Okay, just step away. Just step away from the console when I'm working, please. All right. I know that there's a lot that you probably want to know about, but I just have to be clear. You actually saw a young green dragon.
We did.
Oh, no. All right. Listen to me very carefully, Sherry. Don't tell anyone what you have seen. Don't. It's very, very bad.
It's a little bit hard. Everybody saw said dragon up in the sky. Well,
I'm sure that speaking with the magistrate, she will take care of everything. But for your own safety, please do not go around claiming to be a dragon slayer in the tavern amongst all the other people. That would be very, very bad if any of you or your party have done that. Fair warning. I'm sure no one would be so stupid as to do that, but I'm just warning you as the most level-headed one.
well, I'm not in a position to tell anybody anything, but
Excellent. All right. Just stay calm, and very soon, I assure you, your current predicament will be dealt with. Things are in motion. I'm the Archmage. I got everything under control. Don't worry about it. So just keep on your current course, and I'll be in touch later. All right, that's all. I did turn this thing off. No, it's still going. No, it's still... Okay, hang on. And there's like kind of a feedback. And then you don't hear him anymore.
this is just in my head, and how am I responding to?
In your head, you
Am
were
I
responding out loud. Yep.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
There's a few times where like you're speaking out loud, and every so often like a guard would kind of like look over at you and then just keep walking, shaking his head like, man, that's the fastest I've ever seen somebody go crazy, but whatever.
All right.
Okay. Otherwise, the rest of the night passes for you uneventfully. You can get in your trance and get back all your spells and get a rest. It's probably going to be, early morning yet when you finally get the rest, but most of the rest of the night passes uneventfully.
Okay. Long rest then?
Long rest for you. Unless anyone else needs to do anything for the night, they may also get a long rest. Eyes, if you eventually come back to the boat, you'll be able to get a long rest yourself.
Cool.
In the early morning hours, it is just about sunrise, and of course, Finnan, you're up with a cup of coffee right in your hand from Pierre, waiting. It's kind of like tapping your foot, like, where the fuck is he? And it's a good 5 to 6 minutes after you first said, okay, that's above the sun, that's above the horizon, that's definitely sunrise, when you do see Ragesh coming back through the early morning crowds to the boat. And he is actually accompanied by someone.
Alrighty.
The figure you do recognize as one of the other two Dragonborn that you had earlier encountered when you were in Esramel, or I'm sorry, in the House Uricon city in the very north, when you first arrived on the island of Ursia.
Mm-hmm.
The Silver Dragonborn is there, and he is standing beside Ragesh. Ah, Captain, it's wonderful to see you again. Sorry under such circumstances, but Ragesh reached out and I made my way here as fast as I could. It's a little tight with other things, but so, we've got a friend that we need to get out of jail. It's easily enough done. And Ragesh instantly just like, oh. It's like, what? Oh, the other thing, right? Sorry, you had questions about. And he's kind
Why
of
don't
like
you
leading
come
you.
into the ship? And
All right, yes,
let's not
I'd love to
talk
come
about
to
this
the
on the dock. Yes.
Okay, certainly. And he just starts to hurry his way in and duck down, and Ragesh ducks down, and they go underneath into the bows of the ship with you.
All right, then we'll start having the conversation all over again. I'll pull out the dragon scales. I'll inquire about the 5-headed dragon. Blah 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 blah.
They are again, you can see that they start fidgeting with a little bit of not quite hair growth, but just some whiskers or something underneath their chin. Right. Okay. And he keeps making eyes over at Ragesh. So, I don't want to bore you with all of the ecumenical details or anything, but interestingly enough, the number 5 has quite a number of meetings in draconic culture. I would love to tell you about that at some point over a beer or something, but to your point, there are mythological creatures and things of that nature that we would refer to, but it's probably nothing. And again, he just makes eyes over and over at Ragesh. But I understand you have wanted to actually get more information about draconic society, and I think now is as good a time as any for you to have an official envoy back to the homeland. Yes, back to the Ashen Coast. And Ragesh is just like, fucking, what are you saying? And he's like, yep, you and your entire crew should come with us, and we'll take you to the head of our order and answer any questions you want. No problem. Mm-hmm.
Ben's gonna look over to Ragesh,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna lean in and say, "You brought this guy? We don't have time to go to the Ashen Coast."
No, I understand, Captain, but you've asked some uncomfortable questions. I had to talk to the most senior person I had contact with, which was my compatriot here, and if he says he's willing to take you there, you understand, Captain, no one ever gets this kind of offer, not even heads of state. No magistrate has set foot in there.
Is he aware of the Archmage on Marquet?
I don't understand the question. What would the Archmage have to do with what we're talking about?
You would. Okay. All right. Let's conclude our business here then, and okay. Ashen Coast. Dot, 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 dot.
And once you both part, he kind of just nods at Ragesh, and they say something between each other in Draconic. You catch a single word between what they just said to each other, which was basically good, and that's it. The word good is about all you caught. They said a lot more than that, but you couldn't translate any more than that.
That'd be a skill check.
You're up on the top with Tim if you were anywhere.
No, from Finnan, as he has been actively studying Draconic.
I'm telling you, without a skill check, he caught one word of what just went between two fluent spy masters of the Brotherhood.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a DC of 50, my guy. It's not going to happen. He's just not worth rolling for it. So he's, the silver dragonboard is there, and they both said something to each other, and Ragesh just kind of nods. Captain, my friend and I are happy to assist you with getting Sherry removed from custody if that is required before we depart.
Well, let's go check status on Sherry. It's the morning anyways.
Am I close by?
I'll wake everyone up and say,
Yeah,
you guys want to go check on Sherry?
You would have gotten, into your berth and be still snoozing, but yeah, you'd be on the ship this morning.
He's studying. He's down in the berth in the bees.
Yes. What I've overheard, the conversation? I don't understand Draconic, but would I have
No,
understood the situation?
You would have heard that there was a conversation going on below decks. You wouldn't have really caught much of anything except for a little bit of the earliest parts where they were up on the deck saying that the Silver Dragonborn wants to go get Sherry out of Hawk. So you were perking up at that, like, all right, sure, let's go fucking bust her out or do whatever we had to do.
All right. So, what's the plan to get Sherry out?
Well, we're gonna walk up there. We're gonna ask for Sherry back, and we're gonna leave port. After we say our blessings to Umberlee for safe passage.
So,
Good.
so we're gonna bust her ass out, or are we gonna ask them nicely to give her a?
Well, we're gonna ask nicely first.
So I do have a alternative proposal, and I'm not quite sure how reliable it is. But while I was tooting my horn and getting my drink on a little bit, I learned of a thief who proclaims to be the best thief. I'm not quite sure if I believe it, but they are familiar with a way to break people out of wherever the hell Sherry's located.
I don't think we need to break her out. I don't think she means them any harm. You saw the look on her face last night. I'm sure that they already interrogated her, and with a pledge to not come back here until whatever the hell is dealt with is dealt with. They'll likely be open and just letting her go.
All right. I mean, I'm
Last thing they want us to do is go tell the magistrate that they were unreasonable to another one of their adventurer parties. That word spreads, they're not going to have adventurers working for them anymore.
well. My sword is hungry, and I suppose it's probably wise not to start too much trouble. But I just wanted to lay it out there. We may have another option if things come to it.
Well, I mean, there was a dragon that kind of fought us yesterday. Did you not wet your blade?
No.
I mean, my blade got tons of fucking blood. Here, look at it, smell it. It still smells like this fucking dragon.
Would you
Yeah.
two shut the fuck up about your fucking blades and all that and that? Some of us have to sleep, please.
Sorry, Siobhan.
Oh,
All right. Well, that's it. If
Alright.
there's another option, there's another option.
Finn's gonna hop off the boat. I'm gonna go get Sherry.
Well, at that, I say, Captain, there might be yet another option.
Another option?
It does seem that the spell guard is onto a potential invader in their ranks. And I mentioned Mitsumi and how she struck me as sort of suspicious.
Well,
It could be a false accusation of Sherry. Maybe.
no, they know Sherry's innocent. They did whatever boobity magic crap
We don't know that.
mages do.
Our characters definitely don't know that yet.
Well, what's to assume that they didn't? They've had her overnight. They didn't contribute against the dragon. Who knows what magical artifacts they could have had and have lost in said vault? We don't. But by now they can either have been done with Sherry, or they can do what they need to do and we can be on our way. And as Sherry is who she says she is, she's no threat to them or us. And we
I
can
do
figure out what is going on.
I do not doubt Sherry's loyalty to the collective. I just think that there might be a greater good that we could do here, potentially.
So what was wrong with this Mitsumi person? Why do you have this inkling against her?
I think that the same evil that is bothering Tim might have put its roots into the Magistrates' Council.
You mean Lady Elnarin's personal guard?
Yes. I think there might be deception involved, and I think we could potentially have the Spellguards alliance if we decided to combat it.
No, I mean, do you want to take me to talk to the person you talked to about this and we can see what a status update is? on both of our situations?
If you're willing to speak to him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to speak to anybody. I just want to get Sherry out of here and get on our way to this coast of the dragons. This seems
Agreed.
like a pretty cool next little step, and after last night, I don't want to stick around in this city anymore. They can clean up after themselves after they threw us out.
Well, I'll head up there with you. I'm not going inside unless you want me to.
You can come in. Just keep your blade in your pocket.
Crazy. I'll be right back.
So since we're about to go on another adventure, should we have someone sell some of this stuff that's like perishable?
We can talk about that. Yeah, you guys got quite a bit from the Dragon Harvest. I'll say the most valuable thing, which is going to perish and not just last forever, is the Dragon Breath pouch, which has all that poison alchemical stuff in it. The next day, as the day is now starting, and it's been like a half hour or so, you guys have been conversing and catching up, you do see a small crowd of like a half dozen or so merchants and other kind of alchemical guys who kind of show up with like pouches and like, lenses and stuff that they want to examine. The rumor has quickly spread that there was a dragon. Apparently, from what you can gather just from them chattering among themselves, and as they all come up and start yelling at you, asking for your attention, Captain, excuse me, sir. Apparently, the corpse of the dragon was claimed by the magistrate, so none of the goodies are available in the free market, and you guys have access to dragon parts, which is unheard of. Most of the things that people will be selling as dragon parts for the past several centuries are fake, and you may or may not have the legitimate stuff. Right now, they don't care. If they can sell it as real, they'll do it. You're being offered upwards of 3,000 gold just for the pouch, and then all the other prices for the various other things. Now, again, stuff like the dragon meat, the pouch, the blood vials, that's all going to spoil in a short amount of time. So either you need to get it to somebody who can make it into whatever it's going to be, or you need to just quickly sell it so that they will make use of it and you can just get the money. But you have a bunch of raw dragon meat, which will spoil basically tomorrow if you don't get it into cold keep. You have 7 vials of adult dragon blood. You could either sell, hold on to, and see if somebody can get that converted into something for you. It's a valuable resource. You have teeth and bones, which you could either sell or hold on to get worked into stuff. Those will not spoil. You have the horn, the pouch, which will spoil within 2 days. And then you have the scales, which can be worked, but you don't know if there's anybody around that can actually work something like that.
Offhand, would Rickethan or anybody in the collective know what kind of uses we could get from the perishable things in particular?
So the one expert you could absolutely turn to is not currently with you. So anyone who would like to make a check, an Arcana check, about what you can do with dragon stuff can do so with disadvantage.
Oh wait, no, I'm not the expert. Sherry is the expert.
That's correct. Yes.
Hey, just really quick, Sherry
Mhm.
and Keys and Rickethan in the chat. I tagged you guys in something. Just react to it.
Yeah, that's part of why I'm asking this question.
Right. So if you would like to make an Arcana check, go ahead and give me an Arcana check at disadvantage to see if you would be able to hazard a guess as to what you could do with any of this shit.
Feeling super confident with my newfound magical abilities. I rolled a 6.
Rolled a 6. Knowing that you have a famous sword, you're like, well, fuck. I mean, you could carve like a bone sword or a bone bow or a bone knife. You get really fixated on the bone parts of this, completely forgetting that, meat rots, blood spoils, and you're just like, this shit's all magical anyways. I'm betting it'll just keep, no problem.
Oh my god. You could ask the guy who is the mystical magic person.
I mean, you're there.
You're there. If you want to be at the front of this crowd, you can be. They've mostly pushed their way towards those who are leaving the boat and kind of stopping him before he can get further to be like, I'll pay 200. No, I'll pay 500. No, I'll pay 600. There's kind of like a little bit of a bartering going on here. So if you want to like try to get a little bit more right here on the street, you might be able to.
If
Don't-
the group
don't
wants
we
to
have,
sell
like,
it,
don't we have a contact to a merchant?
No, we don't.
Can't we just like do a little bit of research and just like find a merchant?
You
Oh,
could.
actually,
You
hold up.
could.
I have contact to a merchant that we can go to.
I just feel
You
like
know
we shouldn't
someone who
be we shouldn't keep any of the dragon meat to eat because we have dragonborn on the boat.
So
And
you know the person who I went to deliver the letter to?
oh yeah, the guys that hate the humans. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to get in contact with him and sell him the goods. Give him
I
the
don't.
first
I
dibs.
mean, he doesn't hate. He doesn't like humans, Keys.
Yeah. I kind of just like make myself into a human and then
He's
like
kind of a
I just kind
racist.
of like cycle through a bunch of different races real quick. Just like in front
it's-
of the captain.
It's very much unsettling, all of the merchants and whatever, but some of them are also being like, see, these are very magical people. They know what they're doing. We should offer another 1,000. It's basically like if you're playing Tony Hawk, you're getting your multiplier up higher and higher and higher, so the actual base rate is getting up in much more. So they're throwing out wild numbers for stuff.
All right, how much are they? What's the offer on the dragon meat?
So the offer on the dragon meat normally it would be 100. They're upwards to like 500 gold for all the dragon meat, which again, you could get it made into jerky and have a little bit for yourself, but they're just like, give us the fucking dragon meat because we'll make delicacies out of it, we'll make medicinal pulses out of it, we'll just do all kinds of business with this shit.
I think that's a deal.
Okay, yep.
What's the offer for the dragon or for the breath pouch?
The breath pouch was at 3,000. If you want to give me a D100 roll, we could see what you could barter for.
Can I get guidance on this one, Derek?
Your guidance does not apply to a percentile roll, my guy.
All
that
right.
one we might actually benefit with going to.
Well, I mean, we can get multiple quotes on the dragon pouch. We got another day on this thing. I did get a 70.
You got a 70. So yeah, they'll go as high as like 3,500 gold. The people at the docks who are currently bartering. By the way, the fact that you have the crew, you like wave off and said, "Go ahead, give them the dragon meat," and they bring it out. There's almost like a fist fight to get this crap. Like gold's being handed over, but you're also like, "Hey, don't nobody run away with that."
Yep. I'd like to stand in front and just make sure, like, be like very menacing about all this.
Yeah, I mean, you're a turtle and you're doing magical shit. It's not very hard at all. It's easy to make intimidation. But if none of you have ever seen a Japanese tuna market, that shit is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we let's hold off on the dragon breath pouch and Keys can go do his investigation.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you're saying no is like now people are like crying out, but you've also like got people like holding up, I got my slab of the meat. This is going on for sale. Who'll give me 1,200? Like now they're bartering like black market style, like they're trying to scalp you and like go even higher than what you just sold it for. And you're kind of wishing like get away from my boat.
Like,
Yeah, no other goods are for sale at this time to these merchants. Wait, we can come back to this later.
Okay.
Fuck.
A crowd is like kind of moved around, and so now like the dwarf bosun is just kind of like shove me, but like fuck off, all of you, fuck off. This is our boat. Get away, take the dragon meat somewhere else. We don't care. And there's him and Finger just kind of like wave people off and like kick people in the back, like get this shit out of here. Go away.
okay, I would like to ask Finnan, can I have the poison pouch? I have a contact in town that might give us a good price on it. Or at least guide us to where we need to go.
Yeah,
For that
sure, man. I
particular
mean, if you want to sell it, I'm indifferent. Go ask Fingers on the deck. We're gonna go get Sherry out. Be here by sundown.
Okay. Is there
Okay.
anything else that we need to sell from the dragon?
No, well, maybe the dragon blood, but
Yeah, let's sell the dragon blood as well.
yeah, okay.
we could potentially turn it into a potion.
I mean, we're making the fuck out of here, mate. And do you know how to make potions?
I don't, but I'm sure someone in town does. And if not, I have an idea. I grab one of the potions, sort of get.
I mean, if you want them, you can. I'm indifferent.
No,
So
I
you
just
got
grab one, and
you
I
got
get up on
smart,
like
so-
a little perch, and I
Okay.
sort of mimic the behavior of the merchants, and I just say, "Highest bidder."
Okay. Give me a persuasion check.
Minor illusion, and the potion is now just like a little bird.
Oh my god.
What does the
Just in
bird?
his
What
head.
does the no? What does the bird look like? Define that for me. What does it look like exactly?
You know those like little birds that run with their feet really fast?
Yes, roadrunners,
No.
chaparrals.
Uh,
I know
How big of a
lizards that
bird
run
is
on
he
water.
holding? How big a bird is he holding, my guy?
Why am I
Like-
holding a bird?
he is now holding this bird.
Oh
Just
my
the
God.
size of the bottle, though.
Okay.
He's holding a beaver.
You get no. He means the little running guy.
Oh, sorry, my bee.
Sandpipers.
Sandpiper. There we go. He's now
Um,
holding a sandpiper.
They're kind of at a loss for a second, and then they're just like, I'll give him 5 gold. I'll give him 7 gold. I'll give him 9 gold.
I kind of just like reach up and grab the potion.
Make a dexterity check, opposed by his dexterity check.
Okay.
This is
Like I just look at him. It's just like I think we can get more off of it.
peak shenanigans.
I look at him and I say, I think we could get more if it wasn't a bird. So I rolled a 19.
You rolled a 19 to hold on to the bottle. What did you roll?
Dexterity wise,
Yes. Dexterity.
an 18.
18. You very quickly try to wrench it with your giant claw hand, but his grip is just on. He's like, dude, fucking no. You're holding on to the bottle, which still, unless minor illusion isn't concentration, is it? I don't believe so.
No, it's just like
Okay, everyone looks like you just got angry that he's trying to sell a bird and you're trying to grab it back. And of course, your hand is going over its head and the illusion doesn't hold up as you're both trying to hold it. So people are kind of not sure what's going on. But even still, there's one guy going 12 for the bird, 12 gold for the bird, which is apparently
Finn is going to
worth
step up. The
something.
bird's not for sale. Piss off. You
There's
fucking merchants.
people
No.
don't understand. They're just no. The bird's probably worth something. 20 gold for the bird. 20 gold for the bird.
what?
Finn's going to smack Keys. Put the bird down.
We could get a better
Put
price
the
if we
bird
go
down,
to-
Keys.
I don't even have the bird.
I have the bird.
Yeah.
Put the bird
Like-
away. Let's go get
We-
Sherry.
we-
There's more important shit here. Keys. You know what? No.
I'll go
Tim, go with Keys. Make sure he doesn't fuck anything up.
I'll go to
Oh,
a potion shop. We'll get an
okay.
actual price off of it.
I like that idea.
So what do you do with the bottle? You still have a bottle that looks like a bird held in your hand.
I address the crowd. I say, I apologize, folks. Our turtle is on the carnivore diet, and he really needs to consume this bird at some point.
Oh my god!
Do you give him the bird, or do you hold on to the bird? What do you do
I
with
hand the bird 2 keys.
You hand a bird 2 keys, and Keys, you take it. Tim just kind of sleepily, he got big rings under his eyes, takes you by the hand and starts to walk you down the gameplay. And there are 1 or 2 guys just racing after you. Okay, last offer, 50 gold for the bird. 50 gold for the bird, I swear.
Okay, I
I'm still
Dude.
a little confused on why they want a bird.
I'm very confused about this whole
They
situation.
just get, these guys have dragon meat. It must be a really fucking special bird.
so I put the bird in my kind of hide it into my cloak and pull out a cracker that I then cast the same illusion on, and I eat the bird in front of them.
They see you eat the bird, and they're like, oh! And they all just angrily wave off at you and walk away. But they're just I bet it's a pretty tasty fucking bird. He ate that in one bite.
Oh my god!
Truly intimidating Tortolan.
Mm-hmm.
What?
You hear 1 or 2 kind of disparaging comments about turtles, but you're just nah.
So, anyways,
Yes.
I would like
so-
to go to. Oh, what is his name?
So Rasan is the guy you brought the documents to, but he is not who paid you for delivering the documents. Those are two separate people.
Yep, I'd like to go to Rasan because he had a little outfit going on there.
Okay. You go back to, takes you and Tim Tim a while, but Tim Tim, while he doesn't seem to really be paying attention, he just kind of keeps like grabbing you by the claw and dragging you along. He just kind of like navigates this way and that way and this way and that way in a completely foreign city, right back to where you guys were. You get there in like 15 minutes, and if you had tried to remember where it was, it would have been the better part of an hour.
Damn, Tim, thank you.
You go into the store. It's early morning yet, and they're kind of like technically closed and still opening up, but he like just like does a hand motion, and the door unlocks and opens, and he walks inside.
I make a bell sound to introduce my presence. See if Rasan comes out.
Huh? Who's that? Oh, it's you folks. Yeah, sorry about my wife the other day. That was embarrassing. Many thanks. I'm still considering their offer if you're here. On behalf of the Hojo Concord, I don't have an answer yet, and honestly, it's them and the other group. They're beating me up real bad. You know, I of course I want to join with somebody. Anyway, the answer is no for today. So please.
Is he speaking Elvish or is he speaking?
Yeah, he's 100% speaking Elvish. So you didn't catch any of that.
I would like to pop tongues on myself,
Okay.
and then I apologize for any stress I may have caused you yesterday. But I'm sure you've heard of the commotion in town, and I would like you to be my point of contact in selling some of said items.
He kind of taken aback for a minute, but then like he gets familiar. Like, well, he's speaking, and I understand him. Well, that's a little bit weird, the timbre of his voice. And he's like, I love dealing business with mercenaries, but I'm sure that I don't know what you're talking about. And then you hear like coming from the back, he's talking about the dragon. He has dragon stuff. Shut the fuck up and do business, you jackass. And there is like a pot that comes sailing through the air and just barely misses his head with the loud pling.
I would like to try to catch it with Mage Hand.
You try to catch it with Mage Hand, and it is caught in the air, not where you cast Mage Hand. And then you see that Tim Tim has like raised a finger up and then slowly lowers the pot down to the desk.
Tim, we need to get you a freaking focus. I kind of just like raise my eye at Tim, taking note.
Tim Tim just kind of like wanders off and like goes for some rock candy or something. He's just eating treats, and the guy's like, fuck it, it's fine.
Yeah. So I walk over to an empty desk if I can find one and pull out both the dragon blood as well as carefully set out the poison gland.
You have to get some strips of paper, whatever, because of course there's like liquid and viscera all over this kind of crap. So you're just like grabbing what is the equivalent of like rice paper newspaper and putting it down with a heavy plop. And he is like very quickly like, oh, that's foul. Oh.
Sorry about the mess. This is
no, we do butchering too all the time. So that's that's rank. Okay, I'm gonna need to put that in salt or something. Jesus.
If you know a alchemist, this is probably the best place for it, but if you could be my go-between and get me a good price, there will be commission on your end.
Okay, well, I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at. Apparently it's some part of a dragon, and this, and he pokes one of the bottles you've set out, I'm going to assume is dragon blood. Oh, man. My great-grandfather told me about this, but Yeah, they tried to make tea from it and all kinds of herbal remedies and live forever from it. I think it's all bullshit, but if it came from a dragon and it's its blood, yeah, I can get you a good price for that, no problem.
Well, seems as if you're awake. Why don't we go ask around now?
Okay, yeah, sure. I got nothing else to fucking do. And he kind of just screams back to his wife, "Hey, I'm going out to deal with the fucking dragon. I hope you're happy." "I'm not happy. I should have married Konson." Yeah, whatever. You and Rasan can leave the shop. You're leaving the materials there. What are you doing with them?
I am taking the materials with me.
Okay, you kind of wad up all the paper and stuff, and you try to start shoving that back into your carry bag.
Mhm. And then I would like to be casting guidance on Rasan.
Okay. You guys basically he takes a hat, puts on a coat, and says, "All right, follow me." He starts to walk you this way and that way, going to various stalls and shops and things like that. Eventually, probably a good 40 minutes to an hour later, you do arrive at one particular place and are waved into the back room. Very smoky atmosphere. There's all these different unguents, potions, lotions. Very odious. You go to one corner or another, there's either a deep vinegary kind of scent, or there's just this incredibly overpowerful like cinnamon spice scent. There's just all this stuff all laid out, and there's just like spices stacked up, all these different colors from all over. And he takes you in the far back where there is a counter and tells you, "Yeah, you can put that down here." How long does Tongues laugh, by the way?
An hour.
If that's an hour, you still got a little bit of time left.
Yep. So, who does he introduce me to?
He introduces you to a man named Mr. Tikto.
I bow my head to Mr. Tikto, and then I gingerly unwrap what I have to sell.
The man who is smoking a bit of a pipe blows out a heavy stream, and he just like, "Oh," and you can see a gold tooth in his mouth. "Very good, Rizan. You always bring me the nicest things." Okay. And he yells in the back, and three young women come running out, either people that work here or relatives or the same. They scoop up everything very, very quickly before you can say anything and take it away. But he begins to pull out a massive abacus and start doing like mathematics very, very quickly. And in a very hurried voice, he's talking to Rasan for doing rates. And they're kind of arguing back and forth. Tongues gives you so much of a translation of the words, but they are swapping between dialects and things so quickly, you're roughly getting what they're talking about, which is, we should offer this much, no, this much. It was done just yesterday. You asshole, you asshole. I'm giving you the best deal. You're getting a deal thanks to me. Nobody else would buy at this level. Like, it's going rapid fire really, really quickly. So you're having trouble keeping up. Eventually, Rasan tells you that for the dragon pouch, he can get you 5,500, 1,000 of which he would like as his cut. So you'd get 4. And then for the dragon blood vials, I just want to triple check that I didn't misquote that. Yeah. So ordinarily, you would be getting like 250 for all 7. He's going to get you 750, of which he wants 150 of that.
Okay, so we're profiting off of both of them.
For like 4,600 total. Your net is 4,600
Didn't
gold.
Rick, I think, keep some of the bottles?
It is up to you guys, but I'm pretty sure he gave that back.
Yeah, he
Okay.
gave me the bird, which was the bottle.
Yeah, I kind of got lost there.
Okay, yeah.
So he's gonna sell
You're
all
muted.
the dragon
Forget that
blood.
you're muted.
Was he? I thought he said something.
I couldn't hear him.
Nope. Can't hear you.
Using the wrong keyboard, that's why.
Whoops.
I have to unplug my actual keyboard. Anyway. Yeah, I gave him back the bottle, but I thought we were going to make potions out of them.
It's up
That's
to
part
you
of why I
guys.
gave it up.
So You're not
I'm
right
not
now.
there.
You're not at. Yeah, you're not there. But Keys, I'll just point out. He's saying I want to buy all of the dragon blood off of you right fucking now for 750,
750.
of which you'll get 600.
Yeah. No, I'm okay with that because then we can use that to go make potions and stuff.
You won't be able to make it with the dragon blood. You're selling it all to him, to this guy, Mr. Titico, right now.
Yeah, considering that's a 3 times profit, I'm okay with that. Are
I
you
mean, it's a
guys
3
okay with
times profit on something that nobody's ever seen in centuries. So you tell me if that's enough money or not.
Some stuff is priceless.
that?
Going once,
Okay.
I've documented it.
Hold
going
up.
twice.
So, I would like to attempt intimidation,
Mm-hmm.
cast guidance on myself, and just like grunt, just look at him and like meet eyes with him,
Okay.
and then just like narrow my eyes a little bit, and then just
Mhm.
grunt.
It's weird to hear a turtle grunt, but you seemingly are able to do it. Go ahead and make the intimidation check.
19.
19. And like both he and Rasan kind of like pull back, like, okay. Very sorry. Of course, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. For the blood, I will give you 1,500 total. How about that?
I and I nod.
Okay. And then Rasan on the side just says, like, and I can get like 250 off of that, right?
I raise my eyebrow at him.
Okay, 200. Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very happy with that.
Okay. So
And wait, what about
Into-
the pouch? What about the pouch?
the pouch doesn't get inflated price so far. He's just
Oh.
going to offer he's offering quite a
Great.
bit. He said 4,500, and so you guys are going to get 3,500 total. Because 1,000 is going to go to Rasan for making the deal.
I thought you said 55.
All right. Yes.
I
you're
thought
right.
you said 5,000 and 1,000.
So 5,500 is the flat rate, and then 1,000 of that.
1,000.
So 4,500 of the dragon pouch goes into your guys' hands, and then with the inflated price he just offered, 1,500 minus 200, you'll get a 1,300 from the blood.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, everyone finally like they go, all right, and he very quickly like pulls out a giant unctuous bottle of some terrible liquid. You don't know what it is. When he pours it, it almost looks like oil. It is so thick and viscous. He pours it into 3 cups, and then he just like says something as kind of a salute. They clink glasses, and they wait for you to clink their glasses and drink as well.
I clink the glass,
And they
and then throw
knock it back.
with him.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Ugh.
Oh no.
15. Plus,
Meets it. Plus
Yeah.
more. Okay.
No, I
Oh
don't think-
no.
Plus 2. 17.
Yeah, okay. So you take this, and at first you're like, that doesn't taste like anything. And it fight. The fire starts in your stomach and goes all the way back to your back teeth, and you have to fight to keep it down. It is disgusting. You don't know what you just drank, but it's not good.
Okay. I lead into Rasan. I'm just like, what was that?
And the other man just kind of goes, you like? Yes, it's
Yeah.
a personal family recipe. We start with tubers and some flowers and a couple of mushrooms, and we let it ferment for a good 3 months.
It's something.
It really is. Well, pleasure doing business with you. The ladies will see your payment. Goodbye. And he tucks the pipe back into his mouth. Several chests worth of gold are being brought out. They're paying you in gold. They're not paying you in platinum. And it may be that the level of business they do, that's going to be the currency you're going to get. Although we'll say for the sake of carrying that it's going to be like the gold bars. It's not necessarily just a bunch of fucking coins.
Okay. So I set my hands on both of on the chest in front of me,
Mm-hmm.
and I bring it all into my vessel.
Yeah. Very quickly, you, for a brief second, disappear within the shop, and your little ring just goes on the ground, and you can hear a lot of screaming and like panicked voices while you set down both of the chests in your vessel. And then as soon as you want to come back, it's just a very quick action, and you bloop, come
Yep.
back in. Okay.
I come back out.
You reappear, and you see very startled but also impressed Rasan.
I nod to Rasan, and out of well, I have enough gold on me, so that won't be an issue. I won't have to go back in, so I'll pay him once we get back.
Oh, he took his cut. He
Oh,
didn't
he
allow
already did
you
his
to just hold the money. Like, no, that happened right there in the shop.
Okay, good. So then, I'd like to turn to Rasan and Rasan, there's one more item of business I must attend to. Is there a notable magic shop?
He kind of like looks around and he's like, more magic than where we're standing right now? I mean, yes, I could take you to another magic shop. That's fine.
I would like to look around and see if there is a focus that might be useful for Tim Tim.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a D100 roll.
Okay.
And if you would like, you can add your Arcana bonus to this.
Excellent. $59.
59. You see a couple of things which probably could be enchanted or could be used as arcane focuses. You see a crystal here. You see a coral thing here. You see what was probably at one point a fishing lure, which looks very interesting to you. But when you present all of this to Tim Tim, he doesn't seem interested in any of that. He just kind of like, no, I don't like any of that.
I place my hand on his shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
give him guidance, and ask him, is there anything in this shop that calls to you?
He walks around for a minute or so, and every so often he seems to pick something up and then put it back down and pick something up and put it back down. And to Rasan, he's just staring at stuff. But to you, you begin to hear that dissonant whispers again. And this time, it's almost as if there is a third or fourth person in the room with you speaking to him, and he's hearing them saying, "No." And he eventually picks up, it looks like some kind of pickled, like, octopus tentacle or something. It looks like some kind of thing that's been like dipped in resin and preserved. Like it's a small little orb or ball. And on the inside, there's just this weird little piece of a creature with like suckers of a tentacle. It's not a whole creature, it's just a piece of something. And it kind of reminds you of that piece of the creature you guys defeated in the temple and then took to the Archmage. But it's just as likely to be some kind of a mollusk or squid or something. And he holds it and turns it around, and you just hear that same voice go, "Yeah."
God. Real quick Arcana check to see if it's giving off any of the same vibes as that creature we fought underwater.
Yeah, give me a Arcana check.
Oh, 9.
9. You're kind of getting the heebie-jeebies, but I mean, it doesn't really feel as if that's possible. You're just like, nah, it's a curio shop. Somebody just took something that looked fucking weird that they couldn't sell, put it in resin, and polished it up, and it's jewelry. Although it is obviously giving off some kind of an arcane nature, you're kind of not sure if it's just the ambient stuff in the shop or if it is actually magical.
Okay. So I keep it in the back of my head to investigate this little item further in the future. I try to get I go to get the attention of the patron of the shop
Mm-hmm.
and ask him the price on that trinket. What might you sell that trinket for?
Oh, a very good selection. Yes, sir. That's going to go for 70 gold. And then there's a voice that comes into your head, which you're beginning to realize is Tim's inner voice, that just says,
Says what?
liar.
I place my finger on the desk and I kind of just tap it and just like scrape the desk real quick and just stare at him for a second.
He stares
Just
back at you.
Like tap and just like look at him.
I'm sorry, it's a bit of a mistranslation. I meant 17 gold.
Better. I take out 17 gold.
Mm-hmm.
And then as I'm handing it to him, I ask, you wouldn't happen to have any potions, would you?
Would I have any potions? Look around you, Turtle Man.
The collective and I tend to get into dangerous situations. You can't tell by the shell on my back. I require, let's see, at least, let's go with 8 healing,
Mm-hmm.
depending on price.
Sure.
Uh,
Okay. This is also going to matter as far as the level of healing you want to get, if you want regular or superior, or
yeah, I think, let's get, let's say 6 regular and then 2 superior.
Are you buying this with your money?
Right now, he has all the profits in his vessel, so he would potentially have to be using his money.
Yes, pretty
Because-
much.
I didn't ask you for potions. But
But based off of the shenanigans we get up to, they're going to be useful. They are going to be very useful.
yeah, until you never mind. Just finish your interaction, man.
And then,
Mhm.
what other potions does he have that might catch my eye?
So just real quick, you said regular. How many regular?
What's the price on them?
He's offering a regular potion of healing for 40 gold.
40 gold.
40 gold.
Where can I say? I'm at. Are you willing to go 30 on each?
35 for you.
Sounds reasonable. Yeah, so 35 on the regular, and then what does he want for the
Greater or superior?
what's the price on both of them?
So, greater potion of healing is 300, and then a superior is 5.
So let's do graders.
How many?
2.
Okay. So right now he's saying 300, so 300 at 600. How many of the regular do you want at 35?
6 of those.
Okay. So grand total for you, 810 gold for all of those.
Okay, sounds good. Are there any potions that would modify speed or specialty items that he might have in that nature?
He yells something to the back while he's doing the process of just like bring out whatever we have as like a tray, and one of the girls comes out with like a handful of a couple of them. Do. Well, it should have fucking just populated real fast. Didn't think so. What you see before you with just a little bit of explanation, and again, your tongue spell is kind of wearing off, so you're half getting what he's explaining these potions are. He's offering you this one, and you start to get that like what he sells is more in the realm of like medicinal stuff. He's offering you a sleep aid, which is a sleep potion. He's offering you a neutralized poison potion. And then he is offering basically what seems to be some kind of like a wax, which he is saying like you could coat weapons in to help with against corrosion. You can also rub it on your skin and all the. He's like trying to like sell it as like the Ken's does everything beeswax, made in town, all that kind of crap. You're probably getting like offer of 2 good potions. One's a neutralized poison and one's a sleep potion.
What's cost on sleep and
for sleep, probably just going to be like 40 gold, and then the neutralized poison, probably 150.
Okay. I'll take 2 of the sleep and 1 of the neutralized poison.
You get 1 of each. He's like, this is what I have right now. I don't have like a warehouse of the same shit. You get a lot of it is custom order. Like people will come into the apothecary, say what they need, and he'll make that one, and that's it.
Okay, I'll take 1 of each. I'll take them.
Okay, so you get 1 sleep potion. It looks as though it works for a 1d8 plus 4 amount of hours. Or if you suffer intense pain or hit point damage, there are 3 doses of that. So you get 1d8 plus 4 hours off of the sleep potion, 3 full doses in that 1 bottle. The neutralized poison is the same. It will neutralize any and all poisons, at least that's what it claims, with 3 doses in that bottle.
Awesome.
And I'm just going to dump this into the loot chat, and you can...
I'll add it to my inventory.
Yeah.
Excellent. That'll be useful. I know who I'm giving that to.
Well, if there's not anything else, Master Turtle, I have to get back. Busy, of course, but we are very grateful for you giving us these wonderful alchemical ingredients. Come back anytime, Mr.
Keys book.
Keys book. Okay, that's fine.
He's Bork.
Bark. Boet.
All right.
So, Keys Bork. Okay.
Yeah.
So I once again thank I once again thank Ryson for song.
Mm-hmm.
And I give, and then I boat our separate ways, and then on the I go back to the boat, and then I just pick up some like kegs of liquor that I like to keep on me before I hit the boat.
How big are these kegs that you think you're carrying, my man?
I don't know. I figured Tim could carry one, and then I could carry another.
So whenever who's ever back at the boat sees them coming back, like you see that Tim is like literally carrying like a 10-gallon drum of liquor, And Key just kind of like got one under an arm that he's just carrying. You don't have your vessel to do this, and you've already burned that for the day, so you're carrying them under your arms. And he's used to doing this kind of manual labor, so Tim is just fine with it. But you do notice that every so often he's just kind of like rolling that resin ball over and over in his hands and kind of looking at it rather intently.
Okay. We'll find out if that comes back to bite us.
Okay. While this is going on, Captain Finnan and Rickathin, I believe, as well as Eyes, have decided to head back to the magisterial residence, along with the two Dragonborns. I haven't fucking remembered what the other Silver Dragonborn's name is. I really don't care to look it up right now, but he's the Silver Dragonborn that you guys met previously. So they are accompanying you, and again, they keep talking amongst themselves in whispered Draconic all the time. And Finnan, you're carrying about every fourth or fifth word, basically. You get mentions of things, but you don't really get the full gist of what they are talking about.
Okay. I'm not really prying, but okay.
While you were walking, you did get a good rest, and you did get some good healing. So your HP is back up to full.
Oh, yeah. No, go ahead.
You do nonchalantly, though, begin to rub your arm, the arm that has your shoulder tattoo with a kind of nautilus look. And that's when you notice that one of the wounds that you received in the battle with the dragon, as you were climbing up its back and it was trying to claw and bite at you to get it, there is a jab in your arm, which is not seemingly fully healed. There's kind of a deep cut, gouge, and then spreading out from that is like almost like the poison that you would have been affected by from that dragon breath is kind of deep under the skin. And it's not enormous. It's not like covering your whole fucking arm. It's just there's one place where you've got a deep cut and then it's splayed out in like 5 different directions. And with the Nautilus shell tattoo, one could be forgiven for thinking it almost resembles like an octopus or some kind of tentacled creature, but it's just kind of annoying you that it's there. And
Finnan would probably point it out to Ragesh.
Ragesh, who is whispering to the other Dragonborn very heavily, quickly looks back and then starts to talk again, and then quickly looks back again and says, "Captain, where did you get that scar?"
Finnan's gonna kind of quickly pull one dragon scale out of his pocket and look down at it and back up at Ragesh. I wasn't fucking with you.
Ragesh and the other Silver Dragonborn like quickly like grab each other and whisper and say something to each other that you can't catch. And he says, "Unfortunately, Captain, I do not possess the magic to heal such a thing." And you can almost like hear the other Dragonborn kind of cough subconsciously to himself. "But if we get you to the Brotherhood, I'm sure they can take a look at that and offer you some assistance." And he quickly turns on his heel and just starts walking even faster.
Okay. Then I'll put his coat on.
You continue to walk along, and every so often you have a conversation or an aside with Eyes or Rickathan. Again, it's a steep walk all the way up to there, so it's the better part of an hour as you guys move amongst the crowd. Every so often, though, you keep having like an intrusive thought come into your mind, Finnan, and you push it away. But it just keeps bubbling up to you, and every so often you'll like subconsciously rub your arm because it's itching a little bit. And it's just, leave her. Leave her. That's it.
Finnan's gonna document this in a notebook when this thoughts start coming.
Mm-hmm.
He's keeping track of everything. Anyways, making our way into the city.
Making our way. Okay, so you guys continue on. Eyes, you haven't seen or heard anything from that lady you met last night. But again, you said, oh, you'll find me whenever. As you were walking along, you were passing by any number of guards that are basically patrolling around and stuff like that. And at one point, a guard does bump into you. Excuse me. And it's only once you walk away from him that you touch into your pockets and feel that a note has been slipped to you.
I'm gonna discreetly read the note.
It simply says, "All's fine. Your friend is safe. Baron." And the Baron is in quotes. And then at the very bottom of that, you see that there's kind of like not quite a signature, but there is some kind of like elvish scrawl there, which you know is probably like their family name, Quickfoot.
Do I recognize the family name?
Give me a history check. Give me a history check at disadvantage. And you're reading this discreetly so nobody else can see what's on there, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Critical fail with a 5.
Yeah, I mean, she obviously thinks very highly of herself, so you know the fuck any of this is supposed to mean, but you asked for more details and she didn't really give you anything at all.
Cool. I'm gonna look around and see if there's anyone that I can detect that's kind of looking, or if that guard is out of there, or whoever that bumped into me.
Nope.
Whoever
He
was
went down a
okay.
side street and you don't see him again.
Yeah, dude, after the last guard that bumped into us, no one fucks with us anymore. Ain't that right, Rickethan?
I'm gonna make it known that I received a note to the team.
Finn's gonna joke. Who's that from? Your secret admirer?
Yeah, I met her at the bar.
Eyes, you dog. Well, it's
Well,
impolite to kiss and tell, so I respect your privacy.
we'll see what happens, but sounds like things are okay. But I suppose this is another option, and we're going to see if we can just get her out without
Yeah.
causing a ruckus.
Wait, your new love interest is in jail?
No, the one that was going to help. Well, declared that she was the best thief and knew a way to break people out.
Wait, your new girl's a thief?
Has she stolen your heart?
Oh my god, Rickethan. Finn's gonna give him a high five in game for that one.
No,
Yeah,
ain't nobody
he's all
stealing my heart.
smitten over here.
Ain't nobody stealing my heart. But yeah, I'm gonna we're kind of just walking still, but yeah. So that's it.
All right. You guys continue on, eventually making your way to the magisterial residence. You are actually met at the gates once you announce yourselves, although there's a little bit of a scuffle as though some of the night guards were told you were not to be let back in, and some of the morning guards are like, well, they're fucking standing here, so what do you want us to do? Like, they're not supposed to be thrown out, right? No, they are. Eventually, Ryoko, the commander of the spell guard, comes out. They look very tired, very harried. But very quickly they come up and said, it's all right. Let them in. The lady would like to speak to the captain. And as you all pass by, one by one, there is a brief nod of respect to you, Rickethan, just as an acknowledgement. Like,
Finn's gonna, as we're walking in to, I guess, speak with the magistrate lady, Lady Elnarin. Finn's gonna ask Ryoko, did you guys get what you needed out of Sherry? Are we good to go?
I'm not really privy to those conversations, but as the lady did not require her to stay longer, I must assume so.
While we're in discussions with the lady, is there anything you can do to help us get the quickest passage out of here? Our
I'm
presence
afraid
is needed elsewhere.
I appreciate that, Captain, but I'm afraid I answer to the lady alone, and your agenda is not of importance to me. I am doing what I can to ensure that all parties are treated fairly, but there is a threat to my city, and that is my utmost goal.
Finn's gonna look down at his boots. Gotta do what you gotta do.
He looks down at your boots as well, and he's like, those are knight's boots. I don't see what that has to do with anything.
I wouldn't expect you to. You never wore those other boots.
Are you... My god, man, are you talking about the cursed boots which were burrowed into your feet?
Those weren't cursed. Those were a blessing.
No, as a person who is truly well trained in the magic arts, I can inform you they were a curse. They were literally seeping from your life force to power themselves.
Tomato, potato.
Tomato, potato.
Oh, you mercenaries, I swear. And he just kind of like walks off in a huff.
Well, to the lady.
You are all escorted by a small guard to a little quiet Zen garden. And there's basically like a stone, seat here, a stone seat there, a couple of places where you could probably stand. It's a very odd open area that is asymmetrical. So it's not as if there's an obvious place of he sits here and we're going to be here, the way that the other rooms were set up. So just kind of, if you just want to find a place to hang out in a rock garden, you can, but it's not really obvious where you're supposed to be standing.
Just hang out in the rock garden.
Okay. While that has gone on, Jerry, you eventually got some kind of a rest, and they bring you breakfast. You are woken up not long after dawn, and you are given a full hearty breakfast, nice bit of rice, nice bit of soup, a green tea, and a little cake.
That's nice of them.
More importantly, about an hour afterwards, when they're sure that you're done with breakfast, they bring you back all of your weapons and armaments as well. You are given them in your cell, and then one single guard just kind of hangs out there while you get yourself situated and says, whenever you're ready, I'm going to walk you out to the rest of your party. They've apparently been invited back, so I guess you're free to go.
Okay. She quickly gets ready and goes and follows him.
Okay. And he just walks you out. And again, none of the guards really harass you or anything. They just kind of all look over at you and do like a head nod. And there's one guy in particular who's like cleaning out where somebody was sick overnight, just a guy in the drunk tank, and he's having to like wash it all out. Like, any of you guys could be like helping me. You don't have to just watch me work. He's like, no, you got it. That's fine. Assholes. Hey, lady, I'll pay you 2 gold. 2 gold. Do you want to help me clean this up?
No, thank you.
Ah, damn it. And they all just kind of start laughing as this is like morning shift bullshit they have to deal with. It takes a couple of minutes, but you are eventually walked out to this beautiful rock garden where the rest of your party, minus Keys and... nope, I think just Keys. Minus Keys are all waiting for you.
Are you alright, Cherry?
As well as it can be expected.
I knew nothing bad would happen.
She looks over to Finn and says, I apologize for this.
Nothing to be sorry about. You have your past. We all do.
Can we leave this place?
You guys can stay here. I'm gonna go have a word with a lady. But if you want to leave, you can meet back at the boat.
So did you ever figure out? Did you figure out what they wanted from you, from us?
Uh, mostly had questions about. I'll be honest, I don't know anything about.
Hmm. Uh, Rickethan, you told us about the sort of weird vibe you had, right? The interaction. You told us about it.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna look over at you and ask if you're. What am I gonna ask? I'm asking if you're like if you've noticed anything odd or off about us just walking in here.
Other than the spell guard, did I see Mitsumi or anybody slinking around?
Nope, didn't notice anybody offhand with your very high passive perception. It seems to be pretty quiet. You've noticed a few people on your walk up after you guys moved through the space where the dragon fight had occurred. Yes, there is still structural damages, but they've gotten the entire carcass cleaned away and scrubbed away. So very little evidence that there was even a dragon fight to begin with, surprisingly.
I say to Eyes, despite all the commotion, I think there might not be much trace of us ever being here.
Do you think that that's weird?
I don't know quite what is afoot, but I think we would have to stay here to find out. And I look at the captain and I say, that's not our plan, is it?
Finn's gonna shake his head no.
When I address Eyes again and say, well, I haven't seen anything suspicious, at least on our way here.
And what do we know? What kind of people like get captured by the spell guard and held?
Anyone who is an elf can make a history check for me. I don't believe any of you are actually from Aerosol, though.
8.
8.
Yeah, I rolled it 20.
20.
On that.
16. Between you and Sherry just basically having familiarity, one, Sherry, you just spent a night in the cells, and you having been arrested and thrown in cells more than once in your life, generally it's kind of a real politic kind of thing where if you're a person of interest, you get picked up, or if they need a person of interest, you get picked up. That's a very common type of story. The fact that Sherry is tangentially related to somebody that they need to go after is probably reason enough for them to pick somebody up. You also experienced a lot of the way they use magic to try to get to the bottom of things, and so it's a blunt method, but at the very least it gets results very, very quickly. And since she was released within 24 hours, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I keep going back to the like. I'm just thinking about the girl that breaks people out of this place, or at least has a knowledge, or at least bragging seemingly about breaking people out, and why she knows how to do that.
It's about this time when you do see another door on the opposite side of the rock garden open, and quite unceremoniously, Lady Elnarin bows down and comes out from this small little doorway. She's accompanied by 2 attendants, but there aren't really as many guards until you kind of look around and notice, like, oh, behind that tree and behind that tree and behind that. Right, there are always guards everywhere. And if you looked up very briefly, you would see that where you thought there was a piece of building, the guy steps out and it's like, nope, that's a guy with the sun behind him. Okay. So you were literally being watched the entire time. And they may have even heard a lot of your conversation. Well, Captain Finnan, crew of the collective, welcome once again to my residence.
We heard you wanted a word.
I did, Captain. Please, Find a seat where you may. And she just kind of like awkwardly sort of tries to daintily sit herself down on a rock. And you can see that she's really trying to balance herself a little bit. The garden is not my favorite place to receive visitors, but needs must be when we are meeting so hurriedly. She quickly turns and says in Elvish, which Key's it's not there. Wouldn't be worried about it. But everybody, I think, other than him, speaks Elvish. You can hear her hiss something about Ryoko needing to be present, and the attendant very quickly like bows and then tries to like short step run / waddle their way out as fast as they can. While we are waiting for my commander to give his full report, I would like to offer a sincere thanks for the good that you did in defending my people. You may have noticed that the remains of that vile creature have been cleaned up quite quickly. No reason to alert the common folk as to the danger they may have faced last night. But loss of life was kept to a minimum. You have my thanks.
I don't think anyone died.
Final nod.
I have also been in contact, Captain, with the partner of mine from Rael. She speaks not necessarily highly of you, but there is no shortage of grand feats you have performed for her, it seems. Well done.
Final nod.
And lastly, to you. And she addresses Sherry by a name none of you recognize, Sakura Ichihiko. You risked your life, and you risked the lives of your crew. I respect that. Please know that we were not trying to punish you unjustly. I have long dealt with Arius Swiftfellow, and he is a pernicious threat. If you are under any threat, I promise you my protection against reprisal. Your fears are well-founded.
She just nods to her. She doesn't really say anything.
It's about this time when finally Commander Ryoko finally comes in, and he just like quickly stomps his way through and kind of knocks over a couple of plants and clomps through a very intricately done sand drawing that just doesn't give a fuck about. Presents himself. And excuse me, my lady, we are still chasing down. I can't. It's all right, Commander. You may speak freely amongst these people. They're well acquainted with our problem. Right. Well, going on a hunch, and he looks over at Rickethan briefly, as well as a few helpful tips that I received, we were investigating the Lady Mitsumi. Yes, my counselor, who made herself available some months ago and has been assisting in the investigations of the ruins. Go on. Well, to be perfectly honest, I wanted to bring her here for questioning directly, but what is it, Commander? She's gone, my lady. She is not in the residence anymore. Her quarters have been cleaned out. She must have hurried in the night and left. I see. So our prime suspect of an assailant and assistant for the theft of my property, my house's property, is at large. Rest assured, my lady, we can track her and we can find her. That will not be necessary, Commander. I have a willing group of experts right here.
We're going to the Ashen Coast, first and foremost, to investigate a larger problem, which will likely involve you as well.
I see. None of my compatriots or myself have ever been invited to the Ashen Coast, so forgive me if I'm skeptical of the reality of that offer.
Finnan's gonna look behind at the Dragonborn.
Before you entered in, you thought the Dragonborn were accompanying you, but as you were quickly let in, they seemingly left to stay outside and did not accompany you in.
Oh, well then I probably would have seen that they didn't do that. So in any case, redacting what I said, we can assist when we can be on the lookout, but we have a course that's charted.
It's a pity. I was prepared to offer you quite a large sum of money.
You know, as great as money is, Finn's gonna shed a little tear to this one as he's preparing to turn down potential money. There's some things that are worth more.
Well, I suppose you're right. Barry, if you would wish to pursue the person who is responsible for your tainted, tarnished reputation, I have a lead for you and your party to pursue, but I understand if you must see to other matters first.
Well, Captain Finnan is our captain. What he says goes.
I respect strong leadership and loyalty.
I mean, like, how much we talking here?
The lady's about to stand up and turn and walk away, and she says, "A considerable amount."
Is there a timeline on this?
Finn's gonna
As soon
sigh.
as you can possibly go. She is a fugitive at large from the council, and has a possible lead to our stolen goods.
Well, give us the information on her, and if she's in our path, we'll see what we can do.
Ryoko speaks up here and says, "Well, if you're going south to the Ashen Coast, I'm afraid she's nowhere near where you'll be. She's scattered off into the jungles near some ruins we were investigating out to the west. A good 3 or 4 days' walk. I've lost a number of good people going through those jungles to investigate the ruins, so if she knows them better than anyone else, you're in for a hunt. But I can give you some markers and things on the local maps. Navigate your way there. Although," and he looks at Sherry, "supposedly you're a hell of a tracker. You found your way to a dragon's den all the way north in Rael."
Maybe.
False modesty. I love it. He then reaches out and hands to Sherry a folded piece of paper. "We got what we needed out of that, but I'd recommend you read it and then burn it, because obviously Arius loves to place little extra layers of spells on things without telling his subordinates."
She'll pocket it.
Okay. Well,
As the conversation lulls, I sort of ask the commander and the lady, would it be possible if Swiftfellow has agents? Other agents?
they both
Well-
share a look. It's entirely possible. In fact, it's likely. But the problem is, sussing them out proves difficult. Yes, Lord Swiftfellow seems to have access to magics unknown even to my people. Most worrisome.
You know, Finn's gonna ask them if they've heard anything of the rumor of a five-headed dragon that was here before the council was, and could have any sort of relation to the Pirate League.
Lord Commander, do you know of any such rumors? I'm not an expert in ancient history, but I suppose there's mentions of hydras and great beast of the sea and that kind of thing. I could ask my contacts in the kingdom of turtles and the tritons, but I'm not familiar with anything like that, no. I am sorry, Captain. I'm afraid you would have to go south to the experts at the Hall of Lasor for more information of prehistory. We were mostly concerned with preserving the old world's traditions and not about learning what was here before us.
Well, then you now have a glimpse into what I'll be doing.
You are not a bashful man, are you, Captain?
I'm afraid the trials and tribulations of combat have taken the bashfulness out of me in recent weeks.
Very well.
As my compatriots can attest, once upon a time I was far more animated.
Well, as always, we are most grateful to what you have done for our city and have an interest in you continuing working for the council when
Please
you are
advise,
free.
yes, please advise Dinesh and the other members of our continued survival.
Oh yes, after the rumors of you treating with the king, King Baltic, all of the council members are eager to meet you.
Bear with me. I'm pulling up World Anvil.
Mm-hmm.
Including Zarl.
Yes,
And Finn's gonna flicker his eyes at him.
the chief would also like to meet the proud warriors who have bested the humans and elves at their own game, I think he said.
Well, it would be great to meet anybody on our trip down to or post the Ashen Coast.
Oh, Captain, have you been far south often?
Why, this is gonna be my first venture.
Then let me tell you, you will be meeting no one if you travel to the Ashen Coast. And as far as I am told by my naval commanders, all that awaits you there is fire and death. I hope your invitation is legitimate.
Finn's gonna nod. Is there anything you guys have here in Aerosol to potentially assist with our adventure? I'm afraid that some of my artifacts are no longer of use.
She looks over at the commander and he says he's talking about the boots that we took from him. The boots that were stealing your life? Captain, those were dangerous artifacts of an eldritch nature. You can't be serious.
We live in trialing times.
I see now why so many people have warned me you are a dangerous fellow. Death-seeking, I think, is what one person said.
It's a part of life.
Indeed.
It's the only guarantee that one day we will all cease to exist. And all we can do is embrace it.
That's one philosophy, Captain.
It's the one I choose. It's the one that got me across the sea after I fled the cross keys. It's the one that got me through the Everstorm and up to Rael.
Commander, would you please see the party out? Captain?
Milady, if I may ask,
Of course, Sakura.
what exactly is Arius asking of you? Did say he's asking something of you?
Please, read the letter.
Okay. What does it say?
It says, My dearest lady, though we have not had chance to meet in diplomatic circles, I am sure my name has reached your ears in one way or another. I am writing to you now in request of certain information. I am aware your family made use of certain secretive demi-planes to archive and later unload various treasures, both monetary and magical. In particular, there is a set of arcane formulae I am interested in, regarding the weaknesses of draconic lineages. These were not gifted to the Hall of Lasor, and indeed remain in your family's personal library, if rumors are to be believed. As for payment of such an item, I would wager you are used to bargains of information for information, such as the name and location of your youthful paramour, who was banished from Orcia lest he be put to death for his indiscretions. You may grant this gift to my envoy, Mistress Uchihiko. Sincerely, Arius Swithfellow, etc., titles various.
Dude, I love that the outro there, etc., titles various. I need to start signing off like that, man. Fuck.
Can I have a copy of that?
Yes, you can.
And if I may ask, can you please call me Shuri?
Very well. Shuri.
He nods.
And then the commander of the spell guard waves a hand over the letter if you're holding it out, and you see that there is a like special script, and it's much more truncated. And one of them is just, if anyone who has a spell casting ability is there standing next to Shuri, they can easily tell this is a scrying arcane glyph, so that anybody who has this in their possession can be seen and tracked. And then the rest of the message is, I know you want the Dragonborn's teleportation network. I know it. Also, that.
Did you read that out loud? Like, do we all know this?
It's up to Sherry if she wants to have read that part out loud. It's like holding a thing up to like a light with lemon juice. If you don't very quickly read it, then you don't see it. It will quickly fade back down to not being visible.
She's gonna read it out loud. No more secrets.
So, apparently, there's knowledge of the Dragonborn's teleportation circles being passed around. They don't seemingly have any idea how it works. They don't know where they all are, but Arius claims to know about this.
I raise my eyebrows to the word teleportation.
You guys literally stood in
we
a
knew
room.
this.
Yeah, you know it because you've literally seen one. But this is apparently a trade secret. This is apparently a trade secret that the council is very interested in, and now one of these criminal underworld guys is like, I can tell you all about that.
Can I just hand him that what do you call that thing? That stone that he gave me?
Yes, the sending stone. If you want to.
I don't really want to have anything to do with this anymore, so you can have it.
Are you giving it back both the letter as well as the sending stone, or what are
Yep.
you doing?
Both of them.
Okay. Oh. All right. Well, I'm going to dispose of the letter, so you sure you got everything you needed off of that?
Yep.
All right. And without another word, he just lights the letter on fire, and it just goes up into particles of paper. Gone. This is, I'm going to have fun with this, so hold on to this for later.
Okay.
Well, if you don't need anything else from us, I can escort you out of the gate. The lady just kind of like bows. She walks elsewhere in the garden, doesn't
Oh, wait.
leave.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Finn is going to ask for anything with fire, protection, or resistance that they may have. And
Well,
any potential anti-venom.
Well, with the lady's permission, and she just kind of like holds out two fingers. Right. Unfortunately, Captain, as this is a personal mission, we won't be able to arm or supply you with anything additionally. But supposedly you just made a killing with all that dragon meat, so you could probably buy some supplies as needed. The markets are flush with all manner of goods. I really want information. She's pretty upset about the theft.
If you have any leads, do you have a stone of sending to send to us?
Oh, that, yeah, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that on our own.
Fair enough. All right, ta-ta.
That's a human saying, I guess. All right.
Hey,
He just kind of allows
he's
you
gonna
all
do it in
to,
Elvish, though.
he allows you all to
TTFN.
just to file out, and just kind of walks at the rear to lead you all out. The lady is left standing on her own in the little rock garden. She seems to be quietly contemplating something all on her own.
Fair enough. So fire and doom.
Fire and doom is what they say awaits you if you travel south to the Ashen Coast.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, and the commander is like, I mean, you've got balls, Silver Strand, to go all the way south. Like, I've lost at least 3 ships to those fuckers down there. They do not like visitors, so I hope your credentials are all in order.
Tim's gonna chuckle at the word credentials. Our navigator says our presence is requested.
Right. Well, good luck.
You guys have any good liquor that we can supply our ship with? Any fireproofing methods that you guys may know of? Or am I gonna have to ask the guys down at the shipyard for that?
I would say you're probably going to have to go shopping for that, to be perfectly honest, Captain. But I will say I've got one friend, and as he's about to try to tell you the name of somebody, one of his other guards comes running up. Commander, what is it? It's the cell where we were housing. And he kind of points at Cherie. She, did you leave something in there, lady? I mean, honestly, I thought we gave you everything back.
I didn't leave anything.
What are you saying? Sir, I think you have to come see for yourself. And the spell guard commander just immediately trunches off, followed by the guard.
Okie dokie. Finn's gonna let the other guard know, or assuming there's another guard that's escorting us out.
Yeah,
If he
you're
needs to
close
get-
to the gate. There's another guy who just starts to walk
Oh.
out. Like, I'll show you out this way. It's
Yeah,
like,
if he needs to get a
50
hold of
yards.
us, we'll be in the shipyard till at least the morning.
oh yeah, they just get one of the clerics to message you guys. Don't worry about that.
Fair enough.
Captain,
Well-
I'm interested to see what this is all about. And
I mean,
follow.
you do you. We I think we're going to need to set sail tomorrow, and I need to see what we can do about fireproofing our boat, and get me some anti-venom and shit like that, and some fire resistance and some type of fucking compensation for my new fucking boots. It feels good to walk again, but it doesn't feel right.
I follow the spell card after nodding
Okay.
to the captain.
It's just gonna
Are
rabble,
you-
rabble, rabble.
Are you trying to do so stealthily, or are you trying to disguise yourself again?
I actually
Stealthily,
want to
but not
follow.
disguised.
Yeah, I kind of want to follow him. Actually.
Okay. So both of you either give me stealth checks, or if you're just running after him, you can just run after him.
Running after him.
All right. Well, Sherry's running after them. I'll just run after her as well.
Okay, 2 of you guys start to run after the spell guard captain, and very quickly you gain a following of guards. Like, hey, no, wait! That's you have to have permission. Oh shit! And they just like 4 or 5 guards go running with you guys, but you're much faster than them, and one of you can teleport in shadow. So if you don't want to be caught, you're not going to get caught.
I think both of us can teleport them.
That is true, though he can do it more often than you can now. Very quickly, especially because you were just there the previous night, you guys follow on where the commander ran, and you catch up to them relatively quickly. It's not too far away, and you just see the captain like with his arms on either side of the small doorway, looking in there, and there is just this look of utter rage. God damn her! And
Okay.
you see in the place where you were previously kept, if you come up behind him, there is what looks to be a long leather tube, almost where you would have, it's a little bit longer than where you would have like arrow quivers, but it does have a strap to carry it. And there's kind of a flap where you would like cover it up, almost as if there would be rolled parchment or something else that you would put inside of the tube. And you can see Rickethan on the actual case, the cylindrical case. There is just a little piece of paper stuck to it and then jabbed in with a little pin. And there is just an ornamented family seal that seems to translate to Quickfoot.
Ah,
I don't think, like out of game, I don't think Eyes actually shared with us the name of
Nope.
the
mm-mm.
thief. Yeah.
You don't know what this symbol is. You can translate it because you speak Elvish, but you don't know what that means. You don't know why he seems to be so mad, and you don't know who she is.
I mean, can I ask why are you so mad?
Who let them in here? You better not have had anything to do with this. I don't like this kind of cheeky crap. Goddamn thieves.
We wouldn't be visible if we were a part of any shenanigans.
Lucky for you, that's a good enough defense, and we know you aren't lying. And he reaches in and hauls up this long thing. It's about, better part of 2 feet long, and maybe about this big around. And he just pops it off, and he just like holds it upside down. It's empty. There's nothing in there, and he's like, "Damn it! All right, get this over to the clerics and make sure it's what we were looking for." Shit. Well, that means she must have emptied it when she made the sale.
What was in this?
It's none of your concern. Especially since none of you want to go traipsing off into the jungles after her.
Wait,
He seems downright mad right now.
If you'd like
Is
us
this-
to help, a little bit of information would be great.
so hold on. All right, so I noticed the symbol. It was similar to the one that was on the note.
If you ran after them, right now, Rickethan and Sherry are the only ones who ran after the guards.
Okay, yeah. So I was taking a leak.
You good?
Okay. So what inspired that?
Basically, a guard came running up to tell the commander that something was left in Sherry's cell, and Sherry's like, "I didn't leave anything." So apparently, a cylindrical leather case, a little more than 2 feet long, was left. It's empty, but there is a note pinned on it which has the same family name of Quickfoot.
Okay, and it's similar to what's on my note.
It is the exact same signature.
Okay. Yeah. Well, all right. I would have said, yeah. You guys remember that little tip about how to maybe get Sherry out of here? Well, it looks like it's a similar. Oh, what?
This is, you guys are gonna like confer upon this afterwards, but the commander has already left, and he's just like mad.
Okay.
You guys had a meeting saying the suspect that we wanted to talk to, Mitsumi, ran off into the jungle, and we fucking don't know what's going on, and seemingly now this Quickfoot person is involved in the theft, but she isn't necessarily the one who wants the material, she just stole it for somebody.
Okay. And then now everyone went to run after the guard.
Right. People are after the guard to see what the evidence was, but for right now, Rickethan and Sherry are off on their own, seeing the note, and you're just conferring with the captain about other stuff. You guys are getting ready to go to the Ashen Coast, as far as you're aware.
Yep. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Nice. Thanks.
The commander is basically like, he said, "I need you to go after a person of interest into the jungle," and that's the end of that. That's your information.
Okay.
So, you and Sherry kind of are left to stand there for a few minutes, Rickethin, but the guards are also like, do we let them investigate this cell? No, I don't let them fucking investigate. You idiot! God damn it! Just get him out of here.
I look at one of the guards. Do you know what was in that?
Something important. Probably. No. Do you?
I don't. I was hoping you do.
Oh, you're trying to trick me. That's not nice.
No tricks. I simply want to know.
All right. Well, I got to go back on patrol. Joseph, take this. I don't want to deal with this guy anymore. And another guard just like, I don't want to fucking. Okay, I got to get this back over to the archives. I can't be touching this thing. Eventually, one of the clerics who was actually interrogating Sherry last night, although you don't know this, actually walks up and says, I will take that from you. Thank you, guardsman. This is actually going to be useful in tracking our quarry. Lady Sherry, whoever you are.
I look at Cherry.
I don't think we have anything here. I think we need to go.
All right.
It does occur to you, Sherry, that you were asked in Draconic last night if you had any idea about a formula or a plan, like a drawing, for how to construct a arrow of dragon slaying. And the thing that you just were holding or looking at could have held parchment, could have held big, large longbow arrows. You're not sure what would have been in it, but it would have fit if that's what was in there.
Hmm. I kind of tell Rickethin, I'm pretty sure that's what was stolen. I just don't know what it is. They were looking for or asking me about some sort of scroll last night.
Could have been in there.
Mhm.
All right. That'll help us if we come back. We should probably head back to the boat, I guess.
Probably. Rather not stay here for another day.
Oh, you don't want to stay here overnight again?
Do you?
Yeah, but it's
No.
such a lovely place.
They were pretty hospitable for a jail.
As far as tortures go, you look fine. Or interrogations.
He's a sleeper agent now.
I guess we go.
Yeah, we go.
Okay. Eventually, all of you group up together and head out from the entrance. It's more than like a few paces, probably a good 10 or 20 feet when you leave the entrance, where just out of the side of a building, you see the two Dragonborn step out. Ha, Captain. Sorry about that. It looked like you had everything under control, so we decided to. It's fine, Ragesh. It's fine. Captain, look, honestly, we're not supposed to throw our weight around too much with the council. This is a little bit. It's supposed to be kind of under. What do the humans call it? Under notice. Under notice. And so. Yeah,
Well,
if we can just get you down to the Ashen Coast without telling the whole world, that'd be great. Because it's a little embarrassing, to be honest.
okay.
Can you tell us more what we're going to be doing in this coast?
Oh, well, I mean, you especially, as somebody who knows apparently all about the Draconic language and our history and our magics, which no other humanoid is supposed to know, we're very interested in getting to talk with you. Our brothers that operate down there, who have a lot more knowledge than I do about such things, would really like to just crack open your skull and take out all the information. That's a metaphor. I'm not being serious at all.
Ben's gonna look at Ragesh.
Has a perception.
That's quite a
Uh,
metaphor.
You can give me a perception. You can give me a insight check.
Finn's gonna do an inside check.
16.
16.
I got it too.
2. Okay. He rolled a nat 1. So while you think that perhaps this guy is just really bad charismatically, Finnan, Sherry, you can easily tell that the fact that they're trying to rush you down so much, and the fact that they want to keep it quiet, and the fact that even the most powerful person in the archipelago, to your knowledge, has never been able to get down there, has never been able to deal directly with the Brotherhood, is odd. And you especially don't think you're anyone special to warrant this kind of treatment. So there is likely something they're not telling you. And now that you know that there is all of this subterfuge about the teleportation network, you really wonder just what the hell's going on. What's at play here? What's at stake?
So you're saying this place has more Dragonborn down there?
Oh, yeah. You're going to see more than you've ever seen in your life. Like, we just kind of go in pairs where we go everywhere. But, I mean, apparently you saw 4 of us when you encountered that dragon before. And Ragesh kind of jazzed him in the ribs. Is like, you shouldn't have fucking said that.
Do I think he's lying?
Give me another insight check.
Oh, 13. Got it.
13. You still beat his 8, so he keeps tripping up in the information he is either giving you too much or too little. You don't remember telling anybody that you encountered 4 Black Dragonborn when you met the druid Reed and encountered Venom Fang for the first time. That was something that you didn't even tell Dinesh. You told nobody about that part of the story.
Finn's going to pull Ragesh aside as Sherry's talking with this other person. You're gonna be honest with us right now. Otherwise, I'm about to walk back in there and tell the magistrate about all of our dealings and of whatever the fuck is going on my shoulder here. Are we welcome, or is this bullshit?
No, Captain. I promise
Ragesh?
I promise on my bones that you are not under threat, but you are being exposed to things which endanger my entire people, as well as the people of the archipelago, if we let them keep going. There should not be dragons flying around attacking cities. There should not be fucking dragon marks appearing on human captains. And his voice raises a little bit, and even the other dragonborn is like, dude, be fucking cool out among the people. I was wrong before, Captain. This is very serious. You have a mark on you from a dragon. No magic can take that off. You are marked for life until you die.
What does this mean?
I don't actually know what it means. It would take someone of much greater skill than I to tell you, but it means you will be affected by dragon magic for the rest of your life. It may have been the dragon's dying curse that affects you now.
Well, fuck. What do we need to get down to the Ashen Coast? How can we prepare the ship? And what artifacts should we pursue while we're here in this city?
I would recommend that all of your crew properly gather up what weapons and supplies they need for a dangerous adventure. My associate and I will do our best to make sure that we send communications ahead to properly identify your ship as a friendly vessel, but we will need to make port on the outskirts of the Ashen Coast. No ship is allowed to directly approach if it is not a dragonborn ship. But we will travel overland briefly, so that is why I recommend you be best supplied. And then we will make official entreaty to the head of our order to allow you to come and meet with our greatest sorcerers. If there's any chance for your survival, Captain, I think it will be there, and you, Lady Sherry, will be welcome as a fellow sorcerer, a fellow magic wielder of the draconic arts. If there are any further answers we can give you of what's been going on, will have to be there, but you must understand, Captain. The magics and the technologies that we had, they unmade the world once. They almost destroyed the entire archipelago. Cannot allow them to be unleashed again.
Finn will nod. Let's go. Let's hit up the magic shops on the way back to the boat and depart first thing in the morning. Send your communications, and we leave at sunrise.
Thank you, Captain. And he turns and nods to the Silver Dragonborn. Ragesh will accompany you back. The Silver Dragonborn just eventually fucks off. Like he's there 1 minute as you're walking, and then you all look back, and he darted down an alley and is gone.
So aside from Finnan pulling Ragesh aside, did none of us find it weird that he knew about the Dragonborn encounter? Is that something that would be important?
If you guys want to make a history check, now I think the only player who wasn't there was Derek.
Not there.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
paying attention.
So, anyways, as far as I'm aware, nobody ever re-mentioned the aspect about meeting 4 Black Dragonborn after you killed. Well, you didn't kill, but you ran off Venom Fang the first time. Oddly, Ragesh and the Silver Dragonborn don't seem to be as mad that you've killed a young dragon. It's more so that the dragon even appeared that they are very worried. So it's possible that there has been some amount of communication, and it's possible that they all operate in cells and not all Dragonborn are talking to each other on the equal footing. But for right now, you just know you never repeated that to anybody. So the only way they would know about that now is if those 4 Black Dragonborn repeated it to somebody else. Which, given how secret they are, that's weird.
So Sherry would come over to Finnan and say, "They seem to know things that they shouldn't." And the other one seemed a little bit more deceptive than normal.
What do you know of dragon marks?
Give me an Arcana check with advantage.
God, my Arcana sucks.
Good thing you have advantage.
Wait, that's wrong. 20.
20. It was one of the more esoteric lessons that you received from Gexier, but you do recall he loved to pontificate about how powerful dragon magic was and the various ways it was used, and when the great dragon lords were in ascendance, they could do all kinds of amazing things. And he told you about a poem about a great warrior that tried to kill a dragon, and rather than just outright dousing with flame or crushing his body underfoot, the dragon did something much more awful, which is where he took with his claw and a little bit of his blood, he marked the man in a wound that would grow and grow and grow over time. And it even tricked him a little bit because it gave him certain abilities, but over time it made him beholden to the dragon, and eventually the man wished for death, and the dragon kind of granted him that. But the man, the hero, became more known for what befell him than all the great things he did before. So if this is literally the kind of thing of legend that Finnan has a dragon mark, it's not necessarily a good thing.
And Finn will show Sherry the dragon mark. This is why we're going to the Ashen Coast.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
For any of those who've never actually seen what the dragon marks look like, just picture the most hard to read heavy metal band logo. That's what it looks like.
But like
I know
Metallica.
I know exactly what you mean.
So it's somewhere between Daedric and anything else where, oh yeah, if you look at it one way, it's just a scar. And then if you look at it another way, that's devil writing.
Does it hurt?
Nah, but I'm getting voices in my head. I'm starting to journal.
What are they saying?
Yeah, it told me to leave you in the jail.
I'm glad you didn't listen to it.
Well, I mean, it can't control me yet. Pray to God it stays that way.
And what
But pray
happens if
to
it
which
does?
God?
Well, Umberly knows what is to happen in this world, so we just gotta keep going with what we got.
Can I try like healing it? I know it's not gonna happen or do anything to it, but can I look at it?
You
Yeah,
can
if you
inspect
want-
when we get back to the boat.
Okay. You guys continue back to the boat. Again, it's going to be towards noon about now. Other than Sherry, who got herself a very nice breakfast, most of you guys are really fucking hungry right about now. So it's up to you if you want to stop for lunch or head all the way back to the docks before getting something to eat.
I
We'll
can
probably
give 'em
stop for
good
lunch.
berries.
So probably stop for lunch
You
and
do
then
have good berries.
Here, I'll conjure up some good berries and start
Oh
handing them
god,
over.
don't
you
start
know,
with the
God,
fucking
please,
good
no, thank
berries.
you. I've had enough of those good berries.
Oy.
Better than nothing.
We'll probably stop for lunch, then go to a magic shop.
Okay.
Are you making Monday plans, Noah?
For tomorrow?
Yes.
I do have plans for tomorrow, but that's separate. Okay, anyways.
So I'll say this since we haven't taken an official break. If for the last hour you guys want to think about things you're going to try to go shopping for, I'll give you like 20 or 30 minutes to do that, and then I can walk us through buying those things, or we can handle it offline. It's up to y'all.
I
I'm
don't
fine to
even know
handle
where
it
to begin.
offline.
Yeah.
Let's handle it
Okay.
off.
Okay.
Let's handle that
Sorry.
offline. But
Okay.
yeah,
So
as
we'll
long
set
as we can say
parameters.
that we have had that type of session.
You've had about you'll have about a half a day. If you want to try to leave as fast as possible, you would basically have half a day's worth of, so you could probably find something in the realm up to uncommon or rare. So if you have a particular thing, or if you want me to just like find shit for you, that's about the upper tier. You might find something rare. It's unlikely you'll find something very rare. In fact, what we will do, you can all, if anybody wants to go shopping, you can do rolls, and off the percentile rolls you give me, I'll determine what's the best level of thing you can find with the
I'll
few
do that
hours
right
you
now.
have left in the day.
Yeah, I like that.
So everybody who wants to find something, give me a percentile roll, and I will then tell you what's the rarity you can find off of that.
What's
89.
What's a percentile roll?
D100 share.
D100.
100.
With an 89, you would be able to find something very rare. A single very rare item.
I got 87.
87, you could find a single very rare item.
95.
Okay. The 95, I'm not going to give you an artifact or legendary, but I will say that you could find one very rare and one rare item.
I just want talking stone so I can send one back to the orphanage.
Ascending stone? Yeah, that's uncommon. You could easily get one of those made, probably, or just bought off the shelf. The problem is going to be getting it back to them in a appreciable amount of time.
Okay.
Where's the rare / very rare magic item table?
I can send you all that. Just
Yeah,
make
if
a
you can
note
send
of.
that over.
I
Yeah,
have
great.
so
45.
at a 45, you'd probably only be able to find uncommon at best.
Okay.
So items which are listed as uncommon. And again, don't go off in the fucking... I will give you the sources we were pulling from. I'm not going to be having every single goddamn book to pull from. None of that bullshit. But I also might give you some things which are not in the official listing because I love homebrew so much.
I want a golden SMG.
Yeah.
Well,
I want a ring of 3 wishes. Yeah, get fucked.
Has
Did she
Keys
steal a ring of 3 wishes?
What?
am I what?
Nothing.
has Keys kept the gold? Because we don't know what he sold or if he sold
Nope.
it yet.
He's kept all the gold in his vessel. So until you all meet back up at the boat, you got no idea what you made off those sales.
He's not even with us currently, is he?
Currently, no. You're coming back for the
Oh,
magistrate. Nope.
I'm not even on the boat right now.
Yeah, neither are we. Okay.
you saw my message, right?
Where?
Not you. No,
Okay.
Jeff.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Are we going closer to North Harbor, or are we going further away from North Harbor?
You guys are going. So if you open up the world map from the world maps ones, the Ashen Coast is at the edge of the most southern islands. It's like the top edge of it is just blackened landscape, Mordor-esque lava and ash. Thus, the Ashen Coast.
Oh God, where is North Harbor?
North Harbor, as the name implies, is way up north in the northwest specifically.
Here, Derek, I got you.
Oh,
I
okay,
got you.
I see it.
So while you guys are having a conversation about lunch and shopping, we will cut over to Keys for rounding out the night. Keys has decided to find one of the postal stores. The council does have several deputies' offices, of course, around this place, one of its biggest hubs, the biggest hub as far as it's concerned. So if you would like to send communications back via instant arcane messaging, you can do that. Each message, I'm kind of finagling the rules here, but basically it's going to be so much per word, and then a flat rate of 10 gold just to send the message one way. If you want to wait for a response, it's 20 gold plus so much for how many words you're going to use. Like, people will send fucking documents and like go over the flat rate, just be like, I need to send a book, and you're going to, fax that over for me.
Could I like purchase like an albatross to send back to North Harbor?
That's gonna take a lot longer, but sure.
Like, I figure it's faster than boat.
It would technically get there faster than boat. So instead, like, when you get quoted the pricing and you say, "Nah, it's fine. I'm gonna go find a bird guy," and they're like, "What?" You do go to a person along the docks who does have pelicans that he has trained. Some of them carry stuff in their gullets, and he's like, yeah,
the throat
so this
feels
one
kinda
here, this is
funky,
Big
so
Petey. He'll get you all the way
drinking
across
that
to
feels
North
like it's just
Harbor
coating
in about 4
like
days or
struggle.
so, give or take. Sometimes he stops to fuck, but for the most part, he's pretty reliable. So yeah, 15 gold, he'll take whatever you want. No problem.
Okay. Oh, I guess this is how I'm doing it.
Right?
It's a terrible-
Are you sending a message, or you want him to carry something?
I want him to carry something. I want to.
All right, so you get a sending stone, and you want to send the sending stone with like a note to Aldra about, here's how to communicate with me on the road.
Yes.
Okay, 15 gold for that, and he says it'll be there within 4 days, give or take.
Okay. And then awesome. So like I address it, everything like that. I cast guidance on the pelican.
The pelican, the second you try to like hold up your big clawed hand, is like, and he's like, oh, easy Petey. He didn't like the magic. Don't do the magic around him.
Okay. I pray to Paylor for a safe passage of this pelican.
The guy kind of like just like, hey, okay, you're religious
Okay,
type. I didn't understand. 12 gold for you. Sorry about that, Father.
Okay. Excellent. I gave him 5 gold to get the. What did the sending stones cost?
The sending stones, if I very quickly look that up. Items, yes. Magic items, yes. Very quickly. How much do you have on hand? Not from whatever the pool is going to be for the people. How much do you have on hand?
About 4K.
Okay, it's going to cost you half that for a pair of sending stones.
I'm okay with that.
They're
I like
uncommon, but they do not cost nothing. They cost a lot of money.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I want. I want to be able to keep track of my orphanage and make sure everything's okay.
Okay, so you have one pair of a sending stone. You can add sending stones to your thing and mark off 2,000 gold from your personal inventory.
Okay.
Plus the 12 for sending a goddamn pelican with them, airmail. He's like, all right, this everything? And he's just kind of like wiggling the wrapped up, sending stone. Just the one, right?
Yep. And then like it's like a little note attached to it describing my current
Yep.
adventures.
All up in twine and whatnot. And he said, all right, hey, go, Petey. And he just, this big pelican just like takes it, and he just flies off to the horizon. Yeah, you got a pretty good headwind this time. I think 3.5. If I'm being perfectly honest, yeah, he's gonna get it there quick, and he's going to fuck. Okay, maybe the 4 days is better. 4 days. Yeah, it's been a dry spell for Big Petey, so let's just let him have it. And once he gets that out of his system, like a rocket.
I pray to my patron and ask my patron to look over Petey.
Yeah, and it's very rare that he swallows and loses the package, and they'll crap it out, so no big problem. We'll get it back if that happens.
I just nod. I sincerely pray to Zufa. Asking Zufa to look after this pelican.
You do kind of get a sense back of that is a aquatic-esque creature, but what the fuck are you asking my blessing for? What is this? So you get the arcane, you get the divine equivalent of a shrug. Like, all right.
Like,
what's that divination spell where it's like positive, negative, or I don't know?
No.
You got the I don't know, the wool or whatever it's called.
I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get back to the show.
Okay. Okay.
Jeff, do you need to take a break?
I'm good. If we want to keep going for another hour. If you want a break, we can call for a break for a little bit. I would say just look up what you wanna do. We're nearing the end of my prepared material. Let's say that.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, let's keep going.
Okay.
Okay. Back to the ship.
While we're walking there, I'm curious about the trip that Rickethan and Sherry took to go to the to go look at the object.
Okay.
And I want to know, just kind of, well, I'm going to share with them the fact that I received that letter, and there seems to be a common link between the person that I know and whatever could have been stolen from that leather container.
Okay. Up to them if they want to tell you.
Does the name Quickfoot mean anything to you?
Well, apparently, I didn't recognize it at the time. I couldn't really read it too well or understand what it meant. But there seems to be a link to this girl, whoever it was that I met at the tavern. So it seems like she's involved in to some degree.
Oh, you mean your sweetie? Your honey? The one that stole your
Yeah.
heart?
The one that stole it. So I don't
What do
know.
you guys want for a lady killer over there, Ace?
Something weird's going on.
I mean,
So are you guys having this conversation at the boat or during lunch when you're away from the boat?
It would have happened probably at the lunch.
Okay. Towards the end of the meal, instead of a check or an asking of money, even if you guys already put money down, you would have seen like a piece of paper just be dropped by the waiter nonchalantly as he's trying to like handle multiple things like receipt, and then he slaps down a piece of paper at your table, and it just says, "I told you she would be fine." Quickfoot.
So, who has the paper?
The paper just got slapped down by the waiter as he was moving between tables as though it was a receipt.
Okay. I see the name Quickfoot on there, and I recognize that Quickfoot is now becoming a common thing. All right, and we have 3 notes now. Let's say this Quickfoot. I have no idea what it means. Should we be concerned?
Finnan, if you were having lunch with him and he shows you the note, I'd like you to make a history check at advantage.
you show me the note?
Yeah.
I got 18.
18. You very much know the name Quickfoot. They are legendary as a family of thieves. You're more familiar with Regal Quickfoot, who you believe is the patriarch of this family of thieves. The rumor was that he unfortunately did the wrong job at some point and is actually imprisoned, which is weird because there's only one fucking prison on the entire archipelago that the dwarves house, and you do not want to get sent there if you're ever caught. So if there's another Quickfoot out there actually thieving things, it must be one of his sires.
Interesting.
But yeah, your time in the Pirate League, you would have heard this name before.
The Quickfoots. Well, it sounds like they stole the most useful thing of all in your heart.
I don't know. Like maybe she's stealing more, man. The
Yes, so Sherry does share with you all. Sherry shares all the details about what probably is the thing that they are looking after. It does seem to be some kind of dragon killing bullet / arrow / thing.
why the hell would this family want to have a dragon killing solution?
Well, the dragons used to run rampant, mate. What do you mean?
Yeah, but apparently we killed the only dragon, or we didn't even kill a dragon because apparently they don't exist. So something's weird here. I think there's more at foot here. I mean, if the Ashen Coast is our next solution, but I don't know. It seems like it'd be worthwhile to chase down this Quickfoot, or at least get her attention and ask her some damn questions.
Well, if she wants to say hey or bye or whatever, she knows where we'll be until the end of the day.
Well, I don't know how to get her attention, but
Something tells me that she'll come talk to you, mate. If she really is from the Quickfoot family. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Life
do we
has
think
a
that
way.
do you think there's some connection with Mitsumi?
Did she look like you saw her at dinner?
No?
There you have it.
But Mitsumi was gone, right? That's what we found out. She fled? Or she's no longer in the estate, right?
As far as the spell captain told us, yeah, she was missing.
So maybe they're unrelated, or maybe they are related. But something's telling me that something fishy's going on there. Could be, but why would Mitsumi want the... What'd you call it? Some kind of a schematic? The whole ass arrow. Hmm.
Hmm.
All right. Well, I don't know how to. I don't know what. What?
It looked
Dude, it's been like 15 minutes. I'm not trying to tell everybody about this. Sherry. Gosh.
Give me,
It's under my jacket. You can't see it right now.
give me a medicine check if you want to see, despite it being under his jacket, if there's anything you can tell from the hour or so that's passed since you last looked at it. Your recollection of that is like legend lore. Like you'd have to go deep, deep, deep. You need a primary source. Like this was years ago that you heard the story, and it's like trying to be like, what was it like during the time of Heracles? Like you know the 12 labors, you know the high points. You don't really know exactly, and it made it seem as if he suffered for a long time before his eventual demise. So probably won't be over quickly.
Well, just not every 15 minutes.
You can make
Silly
further
thing.
checks, you can make further investigations, or go to libraries, but right now, the knowledge you have on hand from your memory ends with, I remember a story about this guy, and that's it.
Well, there's only so much you can worry about. And this is something that we'll either deal with or I'll live to figure it out.
Or not.
Or not. But either which way,
Yeah.
we'll have said we had a good time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well-
All right.
Should we head back to the boat?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I mean, what if we had a dragon killing arrow? We could threaten those dragonborn.
I vote
Yeah, but
just
one.
Cherie. She's a dragon slayer.
Yeah, you're the dragon slayer. You're the one that told everybody that you slayed the dragon.
Yeah.
Rickathan just sitting in the corner being like, I'm the one that fucking shot its head. God damn.
Dude, I'm the one that climbed on top of it and fucking stabbed into its wound that I gave it the first time I flew on it. Remember?
I'm the one who
I'm-
gave it a leash.
Oh my.
I'm the one that glared at it from like 100 yards away.
Yes.
You guys
Actually-
trading dragon killing stories? Yeah, people have been talking about that. The city wants to keep it really quiet, but I've had about 5 people come in here saying they were the ones that killed it. You know, a janitor, a street cleaner, one guy who apparently does spackle on bricks. He was up there looking at the destruction. Oh, it's
Legend,
crazy
man.
stuff.
What a damn legend.
You guys good for drinks, by the way? My name's Tim. I don't know if I caught all of your names before, but yeah, somebody else took care of the check. You're good.
Thanks, Tim. All right, we out. We got to do some shopping. We're out of here. Thanks for your time, boy.
Somebody else took care of the check. Hell
We
yeah.
don't question it. We just say thank you and we move on.
Do we see who may have done it?
You do not. But there's the guy who's taking payment from all of the receipts, Tim, and he leaves the piece of paper that had the Quickfoot name on there, which you thought was the receipt to begin with. So apparently she's got eyes on you.
Yeah.
Sherry, it's okay.
I don't
pay
think
for our
so.
meal.
Let's go to the boat.
So the next couple of hours you guys will spend doing your shopping and collecting things together. Are there any important conversations you guys want to have outside of acquiring supplies to travel to the Ashen Coast? I'll remind you all, this is going to be quite a journey. You have to get through the rest of the fucking river that you're in the middle of. You're about halfway through the island of Ursia, which is the fucking size of England. Then you have to travel further south through the Circle Sea to reach the edge of the Ashen Coast. So this is probably a multi-week journey.
Oh, it sounds like we have some downtime.
We
to finish
do
up
have
learning
some down. We
Draconic.
do have some
Perfect.
downtime coming. Yes, you do.
We have all the rations and
Yeah, I'll probably pay the crew up
libations.
front.
We will assume you guys burn the money to plan for the rations and things like that, as well as your turtle knowing how to fish and teaching Tim Tim to fish. You'll be able to survive one way or another.
Cool.
Okay. I will say that you guys complete your shopping, which we'll handle that offline. You return to the Windbreaker, letting your crew know that you are soon to be shipping off to the Ashen Coast. And everyone is like, hey, where are we really going?
Tahiti.
What
Tahiti.
island is what island is that? I don't know what that is.
It's off the
Finn
Ashen Coast.
Finn is going to repeat himself. We're going to the Ashen Coast.
There's a pause as the entire crew gets just stony faced, and the two guys who were hired on at the last city are like, oh fuck this, and they immediately just grab their little bags of nothing and just march off the boat. Like, nope, not doing that. And for a brief second, Sivan is kind of like grabbing Anaisa's hand, like she's like, no, we stay with the captain. He's in charge, and if he says we're going to the Ashen Coast, then that's where we're going, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's all good.
Ragesh is ensured that we'll make it all right. And I can't imagine we'll encounter any dangers that we haven't seen before. Of course, there's always the variability of seeing new things, of course. But if all of you need to go out and equip yourself with anything you feel you may require for this journey ahead, whether that's liquor or snacks or a weapon or whatever, I encourage you to go do so now.
Right
And
as you're giving the speech saying encountering all new kinds of different things, I need everyone to make no, actually, I won't make anyone do. I'll just use passive perception. That's fine, because most of you had pretty high passive. Okay. Anyone with a passive perception over 10, which I'm pretty sure that's most of you. That's Sherry, that's Finnan, not Keys, and
is my
Rickethin, and Eyes. Everyone but Keys. Keys, you're very wrapped up in either helping get the boat supplied or listening to Finnan's speech. You all hear this sound as though something is coming up from the edge of the boat, splashing, and you see a giant hand as though it's like been expanded out. The bones have broken and extended out, and it is this weird bluish purplish color as it crawls. This humanoid body comes up, although there is like a third limb growing out of the back, and you see what almost looks like plates of armor that somebody was once wearing, but the body is now grown bigger and larger than. And at the top of this humanoid body is this like bobbling bulbous head that's like swollen out, and the head and the jawline has become askew. Then you turn around and there is some kind of dripping wet, covered in gunk from the bottom of the river creature crawling up over the edge, and it just
Finn's gonna decapitate it before I can get on the boat.
You will get your chance when we come back next session.
Oh, why are you ending it?
No.
Oh.
You know, I do have to say, better to go where man hasn't been, so we don't have to deal with this shit anymore.
It's coming to our boat.
Escape that. Oh shit. I hope family's okay.
I'm sure it's
You hope
fine.
who?
His orphanage.
Oh, now they're fucked.
They're so fucked.
I like giving you guys forking choices because then I know, okay, what's going to happen if they didn't take the other choice?
Yeah. I don't know. There's something there.
I think it has to do with the undead that was had the ear of the that lady.
Possibly.
What, the sea hag?
No, not the sea hag.
Who are we
Uh,
talking
Sumi.
about?
I don't know.
I think it's either Mitsumi's connection, like I think Keys is suggesting, or it's an extension of the blue rot.
Yeah, no, Mitsumi's connection was definitely undead. We don't know that as in-game characters, but
No, you
as
don't.
surmised.
How do you know that as an out-of-game character?
Because I popped a spell that would have allowed me to notice that, and the DM was just like, "Oh, how far was that? 60? Okay, never mind."
Less is more, man. Less is
Yeah,
more.
no,
So, an absence of information definitely means you can confirm that information. Sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Mhm.
I have a very strong suspicion
Sure.
that she is undead.
Okay. There's all kinds
Nice.
of weird shit out there. Who knows?
Yeah.
Also, check out my 6 scar, guys.
Nice. What'd you
What
do?
happened?
I went to the. I had a bump on my head, so I just told the docs, like, "Hey, get this out." So he's like, "No problem, Bob." And then
Nice.
sutured it up. I can't believe that they use actual fucking sutures in 2023. It's so small. So I have to go back Thursday to get the sutures out.
That sucks. Well,
Yeah.
I hope I hope it's not too painful.
No, it's fine.
I mean, I remember when I went to the ER with Derek, they just super glued him. So
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't glue this, but whatever.
Yeah, Derek's cut was pretty bad too. He was a trooper about it though.
So yeah, I'll give you guys some tables. Finnan wants to buy half the goddamn DMG, so I need to give him prices.
I'm sorry that no one has actually asked for a fucking wand of Identify yet.
So it's up to you guys if you have things you want to find. I can give you the filters for everything as a base. If you have particular things, I can give you those pricings as well. Oh my god, yeah. It is funny what you're asking for. I'll give you the prices. I'm just gonna let you know. The previous campaign you and I were a part of, Noah,
Yeah.
he was being real fucking nice on pricing, and I'm not doing that shit. So you're not gonna get everything that you possibly want on your wish list.
Oh, I can't say I intend on getting everything. I just need quotes. So that way I
You
can
got
figure
it.
out how I want to spend my money.
You got it.
Additionally, all the money that I have cannot be accessed until the next day.
That is true. You will have to wait until the next morning. So technically, you guys can set out the next morning, or you can extend your shopping spree to include that money. It's up to you, Keys, if you told them how much you actually made on that sale, or you try to like bury it, be like, "Oh, this is a knife. It was enough, but it wasn't like as much."
Well, they already think I skip on it, so regardless of which.
I frankly don't really give a shit because y'all had plenty of money coming into Aracel. So
This is true. And
Yeah.
and we also had Tim to watch out and make sure you didn't skimp out on it. So
so
Well, I've already found 3 items that I'm curious about, and if they happen to be on your table, then I might see.
Dude, what are you looking at?
I don't know. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at a ring of protection for fire resistance, for
Okay.
psychic resistance, and a cloak of protection. And then some other smaller things, like a amulet of proof against detection and location, and then alchemy jug, because I want fresh liquor to be magically conjured.
no, you want mayonnaise on demand. I know you.
No. I want 4 gallons of beer per day.
Let's,
Oh,
both
my
of those.
goodness.
There's a thing called morale that needs to be kept up.
Don't you mean morale?
We're just gonna
That's-
buy out all of the alchemy jugs in 5e.
Oh my god.
We have mayonnaise and we have beer. Dude, Derek, we can get a gallon of honey.
Oh god. Do we also need some tea and crumpets?
No, we don't need tea or crumpets.
Okay.
Pierre can make the crumpets.
Okay. Could I get a list of things that I might also be able to find?
Derek, just look in the DMG. You rolled a 96. Do you remember what he's held you could get?
A very rare and a rare.
Very
Oh, even for Derek? I thought you said even potentially a wonder. It's just not legendary or something like that.
No, you're not gonna get as high as a artifact or legendary. That shit you would only ever get from a horde or defeating somebody.
Okay, let's look at this.
The 3 things I have marked down are Oath Bow, Manual of Quickness of Action,
Uh-huh.
Cloak of Arachnida.
thought we
Oh,
already had a
wow.
Cloak of Arachnida.
No, he doesn't.
Cloak with a Manta Ray, which I believe was actually taken from me, unfortunately.
Oh.
You were probably correct because that all got taken and then you got traded in for the armor that is acid resistance +1.
Wait, you said the Quick Reaction Handbook 5e, the Manual of Quickness.
Manual of Quickness of Action.
What the hell is this?
Once a century,
Oh.
I can read from it and gain +2 to my dex score.
Yeah, yo, let me read that after you.
No,
Well,
it's
you have to wait a
it's
century,
it's
and I live a
one-time
lot longer
use,
than you do,
yeah,
something else.
So that's
So-
not happening.
Well,
Not how that works.
But
Yeah,
I mean, only 111 or something is the self, so I could, read it a few more times.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Oath
Is-
Bow is like sort of my favorite foe thing, but if I hit, I do 3d6 extra piercing damage.
that'd be
I
cool.
don't know if that would like be worse than the +2 bow I have.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like the archery stuff. Yeah, I guess that's you. You haven't really gone too deep in the melee stuff, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, the Shadow Step gives me advantage on a next melee attack, but all I've got right now are daggers. So
Get a magical short sword or rapier, bro.
Do you have a source for me, by the way, on a wand of identify all in of itself?
Nah, I didn't see it in the well, I don't know. I could look it up.
If you
I'm
can
just
find
thinking-
me, if you can find me a
yeah.
baseline item that has identify, otherwise you're talking for a spell scroll. And actually, since it's the end of the session, I'll just go ahead and do this right now.
Don't you dare say those words.
Yes, yes, yes. You get that one. And
Hold on. Where are you guys looking? I don't see anything in the DMG.
Yeah, no, Jeff. I think this is something that a former DM had said go ahead and just take this, and it had 50 uses or whatever on it. But
that. Wand of Wonder would get you close, but that's going to get you into a ridiculous price range, and I may not even be able to get it at a store. I think it'd have to be a thing. But anyways, go ahead and hit refresh on your sheet and take a look at your feats.
oh god,
still have 2 of them.
Wait, even me?
oh that's fun.
Just
so
That's
Finnan.
actually kind of cool.
Finnan has unlocked the Aberrant Dragon Mark. This will allow him to now know the cantrip Poison Spray and once per short rest, cast Ray of Sickness. So technically, you have a spell casting ability now, being powered through this Dragon Mark / curse.
Oh, I also got
You
a
also-
constitution point for it.
You
Nice.
did. You get a bump in your constitution. Now go and read your Touch by Fate feat, which I just made worse by adding Aberrant Dragon Mark. Because before, if you rolled a 19, that would count as getting you that bonus. Now, you have to roll above a 19, so only on a nat 20 does that feat kick into play.
Well, I mean that's what happens when you have a high constitution. But yeah, that makes sense.
The DM give it, and the DM take it away.
Well, I
Oh
mean,
my
now it
God.
just gives me an extra incentive to add 1 more point to Constitution. It's going to kind of make my Touch by Fate kind of because then I'll get an extra like 12 HP by going for the extra con.
Now, normally you get to pick the spells, but I'm like, for flavor, you only get stuff tied to the dragon, which is poison. So,
No, that's fine.
but hey, you got some ranged spell attacks now, bud. You got a cantrip.
This is true. They can't take that off of me. Cool.
Not from what they seem to tell you. No, it's irreversible.
Dude, and my saving throw against that's fucking awesome. They have to beat a 16. What the fuck? That's awesome.
What is a mirror of life? Trapping.
Really fucked up. Okay. I'm gonna hit enter on this just because if you can't give me the thing, that's what those will cost you.
Damn, the amulet would be wicked. That amulet would be wicked.
I'm gonna shower in a bit. God.
Do I have enough money? I feel like there's so much scrying and shit. Whatever. The fucking
Up
fate
to you.
Fate shit's gonna fucking follow me anyways. How much is a +1 and a +2 on the cloak of protection?
I need to go back and double check for rarity.
And is there any bartering?
I'm
I'll say
not
no.
seeing a greater rarity for Cloak of Protection. You're saying that you can see greater rarities? Let me double check my math here.
Robe of Eyes?
Yeah, there's no rarity variance, dude. It's just a +1 flat.
Looks
Oh,
like he's
okay.
wearing one now.
Oh. Okay, that would be awesome.
Do we just check the DMG for items, or
Yeah, you can check D&D Beyond, which should have the DMG linked in. So if you want to do checks by that and set the rarity to the ones that you unlocked, and I can also forward you stuff as well.
if you wouldn't mind, because I typed in, I set the rarity to very rare in D&D Beyond, and it's showing me a bunch of wondrous items.
Yeah, so what I mean is there's a category of rarity above very rare, which is either legendary or artifact. Wondrous item is just the type of item. You're good with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you came across a rarity which was above very rare, it would hit legendary or artifact.
Gotcha. I didn't
Artifact
know
is
if
normally
was in there.
No, wondrous is just the type of item like wand, armor, scroll.
Okay.
Okay.
What about the link I put in out of game? Because it actually has the arrow and the horn of Valhalla.
Sorry, once again, which type of arrow were you looking for?
I'm not in particular. I was just reading through some of the items, and I noticed it was the same, potentially the same type of thing as the
Yeah,
stolen item.
You do have an item that you got from another race that matches with the Horn of Valhalla silver.
Cool.
So effectively, I gave you that way early on because you guys killed an elite boss. So it would have been funny if you sold it.
Yeah. Keys would
So
be
wait.
crushed.
Ashen
That would
Coast is
be-
confirmed to be like fire and death, right?
The Ashen Coast is other than the Everstorm, you're basically fast forwarding to endgame content. So yeah, buy whatever the fuck you guys want because it's not going to be pretty.
Wait, endgame content already?
That's what I'm saying. You didn't want to go to the jungle, so you get to go to a very high level place.
Hell yeah.
Y'all are going to purple territory where everything has the skull next to its health bar.
You know what that means? Good
So
loot.
now instead of being 1 or 2 levels above the CR rating, it's going to be like 5 levels above you guys.
I mean, argumentatively, should we be going yet due to our current levels?
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't at all. When the Kennedy of the world says, "Oh, I'm not allowed to go down to Cuba. Why are you allowed to go down to Cuba?" Well, have fun in Cuba.
Uh,
There's a
Captain
cute
was
kitty.
insistent.
Look at the cute kitty. I love how not only is Finnan having a death wish, he is now extending that to everyone. Oh, your whole crew's gonna fucking die. Tim Tim's gonna fucking die. Like, this is not gonna go well. And I cannot wait to wring this out nice and slowly.
I think we should stay where we are and investigate this woman that disappeared.
No, because the captain decided for you all. The captain said, so we're gonna
You know what?
follow
No
the
one
captain.
has really even said, hey, don't go there.
Bullshit.
That's actually the funny part. Yeah, no.
Bullshit.
The
I at least had one person said, what awaits you there? Fire and death. It's not. I'm pretty sure way back when I had another sailor tell you guys that any ship that gets near there gets fucking nuked. No parlay. They're just like, you have this far in. I'll give you a little bit of this. There are floating buoys, which are magical, which literally mark where the no-go territory is. Where, like, if you go beyond those floating buoys, any ship is just instantly fucking fireballed to death. They're like, you're not supposed to be here. Turn the fuck around. Doesn't matter if they're sick or the ship is damaged. They need to come into port for repairs. The Dragonborn are like, no one but us is allowed to be here. Turn the fuck around.
Well, does everyone want to go down there, or do you want to go into the jungle? Candidly, I'm indifferent. I thought this was like a whole ass death wish, and I'm gonna die in a week, and that's kind of why I was going for it. But
I love it. No, I love it.
Yeah.
You're literally, and he might actually survive, and you all fucking TPK.
yeah, it's gonna be forever.
Indefinite.
It's
I
great.
just want to have one combat where I'm level 2 of warrior, so that way I can try action surge with this build, and then whatever happens.
Well, we'll see what happens with the downtime, guys. I can't guarantee a downtime level up. Probably won't happen, but who can say?
Yeah.
I
We're gonna
basically
level
just
up off this one guy right here as he climbs onto
Yeah.
our boat.
We got
Yeah,
Swamp
sure.
Thing coming in.
Mhm. I'm sure that one guard that Finnan cursed with the word of Umberlee is absolutely not connected to this monster whatsoever.
Well,
Love it, Jeff.
I literally tell him what the Chaos Gods' names are, and he's like, I invoke the Chaos Gods! Nothing bad's gonna happen to me! I'm the main character. You remember like early fucking on, second or third session, where he's like, I invoke Paler's name, and I'm like, do you? Because the gods are hearing you if you invoke their name.
No. You mean like how I got my bank account?
Can I invoke Paler's name to commit bank fraud? Thanks!
Wait, what's that?
You're lucky he's the Dawn Father and not the god of I'm not happy about this.
Like it somehow worked.
Well,
Although
you rolled
comparatively-
you rolled like a nat 20, and I'm like, fuck, I can't say no to that.
I did roll a natural 20.
You did.
Fucking orphanage.
Is that why you got the orphanage?
Yes,
Yeah.
That's why he got an orphanage, because I'm like, okay, I mean, you're putting it to a good cause that Paylor is okay with. Now, if he said, can I buy my own whorehouse with this, that would never have fucking worked.
I felt really bad. And so
My
I was just
God.
like, how do I make right about this? And that's how I became a paladin.
That's what character building is, baby. Okay. I will slowly go through all these requests and get you guys more information on pricing. Jesus Christ. Can you at least get rid of the embeds? I can't read all this shit.
Okay.
I don't need a picture preview of each fucking thing.
Fine.
do you want this to be handled within this session, or is this something that I can continue to look at items and then?
No.
before next?
Yeah, guys, take all the time you need
Okay.
before next session. So, and again, continue the discussion. You're all gonna have a combat and then a night to sleep on it. So if you all want to just be like, I don't want to fucking go to the Ashen Coast. That place sounds scary. 2 of your crew just fucked off immediately the second you said that. So you're getting some real world information about, where are we going?
And the 2 draconic or dragonborn guys, one stayed and one left?
From what you saw, the Silver Dragonborn probably stayed to do the communication part, and Ragesh is going to be on the boat still.
Kind of weird he's staying.
If there is up front of you doubt they are that you need some kind of a professional envoy to be allowed to go there, it may help you have a Dragonborn on your ship rather than hurt.
You know, going back, I think it would have been a lot of fun to be a Dragonborn in this campaign setting.
You're not allowed.
Aw.
It's let me tell you, the only thing more rare than the Dragonborn to try to be are the Warforged. I literally have a list of how many there are and what their names are. You found one.
Huh.
So if you literally filled in all the edges of the maps, you'd find them all. The Dragonborn are enough to be a playable character, but because of the positions of power they currently have, I can't get away with the PC being that, because that's like saying, I'm a noble from the most famous house. I'm the emperor's nephew. Give me all the things. Give me. They have magical nukes and shit, dude. It ain't gonna happen. Now, in the campaign set after this one, if we fast forward in time, maybe.
It'll be fun. Whatever
Okay.
direction we go in, it'll be fun.
There you go, Jeff. Those are the items that I might be interested in.
Okay, I'll get that all priced out for you, bud.
Jeez, Derek, what did you ask for?
Oh, Jesus.
Was it more than 5 items?
It was a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking at like 10 items. I want to see what prices
Oh my
are.
god.
And
Yeah.
then if I might not even buy anything.
Jeff, you thought I was asking for a lot.
Do you have a limit? You say like 5 each?
So going off of the easiest way is just looking at the DMG. Technically, we are allowed to use Xanathars. I don't think there's anything too crazy in Tasha's. Like the one thing I strictly put as verboten was Strixhaven because I hate silvery barbs and it's stupid. But Xanathars and Tasha's Cauldron of Everything are still good. I haven't come across anything which is truly game breaking. So DMG, Tasha's, and Xanathar's Guide should give you a wealth of options, as well as the player's handbook. You could just, as long as you're not above the rarity that I said you rolled for, you're gold.
A lot of these items on D&D Beyond are like price gated behind expansion packs.
Where?
Okay, like the one I just looked at is Dragon Vessel. Fizban's Treasury of Dragons.
Yeah, Fizban's is not quote unquote officially there, and also because it all deals with dragon shit, you're not gonna fucking find that in Urcia anyways.
Yeah, that's just one of the ones I was coming across. The other one, it's been multiple different types. Let's see.
Okay, I mean, in the preview, it may not state what it's from as a source, but if you do like the filtered list, you should be able to like put the list of, I want the sources to be only these 3 things, or only these 4: Player's Handbook, DMG, Tasha's, Xanathar's.
Okay, I'm not seeing an option. Oh, show advanced filters.
D&D Beyond.
No, I see. Show advanced filters now. Source. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see source now. Yeah,
You
because
can
another
put
one
those
was
in.
The Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Yep. That's another one. Not one we're going to be using, and it's mostly the Feywild, and I just don't have the Feywild as accessible content in this setting, so...
Okay.
Again, if you guys want to go way deep into the lore, I have explanations for everything, but it's just kind of racing to the end of the content if that's what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say we hang out in town for a little bit longer and figure out what's going on.
Y'all decide, but I'll prepare either way. I have missions for you guys. I got shit y'all can do in town. I got shit you can do in the Urcia jungle to further that plot. I got shit we can do to advance the Dragonborn plot, so just pick a route.
I mean, I don't want to necessarily rush to the end of this campaign either. You know, I'm having a great time with it, so...
What's in the Urcia jungle?
So far, the plot hooks you guys have heard are that they are discovering ruins of some kind of pre-existing culture that predates them. You have this weird person that he just saw at a meeting that you tried to pop and be like, what is she? And nothing hit your radar, which was kind of weird. Eyes and Rickethin were literally found in like a circle of stones that seem to have some kind of like serpent motif. So there's a couple of like weird shit that you guys have encountered, and the problem of far realm creatures incursioning, leaking into the world seems to persist no matter where you go. It's just an omnipresent problem.
Let's go to the ruins. Because I feel as if we'll find out more about this six-headed creature.
5-headed, but okay.
Yeah. Because I feel as if that'll draw a connection to the beginning of the campaign where we found that other ruin in like the first session.
Sure, dude. I'm indifferent. I just whatever. If this isn't gonna kill me on tomorrow, then it doesn't necessarily matter to me what.
It's not going to kill you tomorrow, and you just got 2 spells from it, so no problem there.
Yes, I'm indifferent. It's better that we handle this Umberly thing now and pay tribute. So I'm here for it.
Can we make a poll to decide? Yeah, you guys should be able to do that in out of game or something.
Yeah, because
I really
would
don't
help.
want to die.
I
Fiery
don't
of
want
death.
I don't want the campaign to end. This is the longest I've ever had a D&D session go, and I want to see how long it can go. Just
They can go much longer, but
will we be 2 years in June? I'm trying to remember when we started.
I don't know. I feel like we've been going for 3, but with these guys, probably 2.
Session chat.
627 is the first session note that I have for when we did our first session before everyone actually joined. That was, when did the elves join? Session, it was like August? No. Yeah. I think it was
Oh yeah, because
August 11th. So yeah.
I gotta let my little dog out. I'll be back.
Dude.
Let me see then about all this pricing of shit.
And just because I'm looking at the advanced filters now, and I want to make sure that I'm not going outside. Tasha's, Xanathar's, and the DMG.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, since Noah is not here at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
can I buy his cursed boots? Remove the curse and use them?
No. You effectively walked into the government with uranium, and they're like, "We're gonna need that. We don't know how you got a hold of that. We don't care, but you're giving it up right now." And he's like, "I want my uranium." Like, no.
But uranium.
But the uranium.
Yeah. Well, you see what I'm interested in.
Mm-hmm.
If it's over like $2,000, just like ixnay it, because I know I'm not going to be able to afford it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you pricing just so you know.
Okay.
I do have a question about Oathbow.
Okay.
Would it need to be its own item, or could it be like an enchantment that could be put onto my bow?
That's a different discussion, but I can look into it and price it for you. The problem with enchantments right now, since you guys haven't met up with an artificer who could just snap and do this shit, enchantments, the rules aren't great, baseline. So basically, enchantments take a lot longer for actual enchanters. And to them, that's how it's always been. You can't just snap your fingers and have something done. Otherwise, it would be ludicrously expensive. That also explains how the economy works. So maybe there is somebody out there in the world who, if you found them, could just slap enchantments on shit cheaply and quickly. But as of right now, in the way that the world technology level is progressing, it takes time and effort to pump spell energy and permanently attach it to things. Where did I leave off? Roll of Eyes. Okay. Under...
So for a magical weapon, if it does not specifically state any properties other than what it has, it does not have anything else? So like the Oathbow has damage on hit or whatever, and it would just be a regular attack roll otherwise?
Yeah, if it doesn't mention adding a +1 to attack or damage rolls, it doesn't have that.
Okay.
I can double check, but usually it will write it out if it adds that.
I almost feel like that would be a side grade to a +2. But I don't know.
What the fuck are you asking about, Keys? Jesus Christ.
They seemed interesting.
Hmm. Good God. Well, it's certainly balancing things out, so you can't just buy all the wind stuff immediately. Okay. Okay. Wait, which is... Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some stuff you should be able to afford, but yeah, you asked for a lot.
I know I did, but holy crap!
I'm sure the oil of slipperiness will come in handy.
Oh no, 100%. Like I'm
What about the
buying
oil of sharpness?
Well, it's up to you if you want to buy that shit. So yeah, let me know what you're looking at, Rickethan, and then I can price anything out for you.
All right. I'll message you right now the 3 things that I am looking at, and then I'll continue looking.
Yep. And Sherry, same for you as well. How high did you roll again? I think you rolled rare.
Uncommon.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. So yeah, same way. If you just go into D&D Beyond, there you are. If you go into D Beyond and then set the advanced filters, you can set the source, you can set the rarity, and it'll start spitting out what you would have access to. So let me know if you have any questions. Okay.
Anyone get anything cool? I got a ring of fire protection.
So
where do I go in D&D Beyond exactly? Collections?
So when you click on filter magic items, like the magic items page is already going to be your search field. And what you want to do is do show advanced filters. Then there's a source box. And the ones we're using are Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide, Xanathar's with an X, and Tasha's. Those are your 4 sources for items.
Oh my god. Goodbye, oil of slipperiness. I know what I want.
What are you getting, Derek?
You'll find out.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
Lord, help us.
I don't like that laugh any more than you do, man.
I appreciate the fact that you know what that laugh means as well as I do now.
Shenanigans.
Oh, God.
That one just sounds fun.
I'm scared, Jeff.
Mm.
What do you think, Jeff?
Let me get Rickethan's order on tap here. Okay, that's not so bad.
Oh, Derek, I'm doing potato chip tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Fun
No,
side
I
connection.
got that one already priced for you, man. It should be in the list.
Oh, I know. That's the one that I want.
All right, you want that one?
Yes, I want that one.
How many oath bows are there going to be tomorrow?
What?
Everyone's gonna have an oath bow.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, should we all just go out and get oath bows?
I don't get it.
Well, you want an oath bow. Derek wants an oath bow. We all want an oath bow.
Yeah, that's
No.
fine. I mean, that's
I feel
I literally don't see a problem with that. It's going to be flared like a fucking katana because it's a fucking weeb land, so you're getting a katana.
sweet.
What are you
Yeah,
getting, Derek?
I just
He's
figured that, like,
he's getting a sword.
yeah,
Oh, are you finally replacing the sword that you broke of mine?
no.
You should probably do that.
I mean, I guess I could give you my +1 maze.
Oh my god. Actually, that could be badass.
Sorry, Sherry, did you have a question? Okay.
It takes 10 years of learning to understand the DMG, Sherry. It's okay.
Where
You
were
got a little bit of
my
downtime.
notes? That's right. Okay. There's that. There's that. I mean, to be fair, yes, you can look at the oath bow because that is very decent for archery focused characters.
Mhm.
What about the bracers of archery, where you get the +2 to archers?
That's
You know.
also a thing. If now she only got up to uncommon, so her
Well, the
search and
Honor, I
route
could
isn't
get
as
that
good.
though.
I didn't see that item, to be honest.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah.
No, not yet.
There's a bracers of like archery focus, and you get a +2 to all archery based things. That's like an extra 10%. It's
Yeah.
huge.
Oh no.
Takes an attunement slot, but it is only uncommon.
With the bracers?
The bracers are uncommon, so Sherry could definitely get those.
Yeah, the bracers.
Um,
Does anyone have an immovable rod yet?
I need to know, how much is that?
In game
Yeah.
or out of game? Wink.
Oh my god.
Giggity. I'm so sorry for your impotence.
what?
Depends on what
What?
kind of immovable you think it is.
Oh my god.
No.
Sherry, if you click on the link I tossed in out of game, and you go to page 135, you'll be able to see the DMG. And then if you scroll over to a few pages later, I think it's what page is it? Magic items A to Z, it goes by, you can see the rarity on them. But if you want to see it by rarity, click on Rickethan's link. And you can see the uncommon rares, blah, 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 blah.
There's so many.
Honestly, if I was you, I'd look into getting some mithril armor. Mithril will be big for you, so that way you don't have to worry about stealth checks and blah, blah, blah. Or elven armor, that would work too.
That's weird. Why is
This shit's expensive.
What?
I'm just looking at a ring.
So am
Which
I, so
one?
I can become Jesus Turtle.
I just dropped
Jesus.
6K on a ring, man. I feel that.
Which ring did you get?
Fire protection.
Nice.
Whenever we do get to the ashes and fire, I'll have a
Oh.
little bit of protection.
Oh, dude. 6, really? Okay.
I mean, it's still a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh,
I
that
mean,
is a lot of money.
considering the last magic item I bought fucking was cursed and taken from me, you know, I'm sure I could realistically have more money. But I guess I got some sick boots now. So
Rickethan knows all about an inventory's worth of items being taken, so
So
Sure.
after we
Oh,
get
okay.
back the item that they're
I
actually
sympathize.
looking for, can we actually steal his books of speed back?
If you
no.
want to, I mean, you have a thief
Yeah,
contact
that'd be
who
best
may
thing.
be the best in the world. So if she was able to steal that thing from their vault, maybe she'd be able to steal the boots back from the vault. And I hate that I've created this character, and I hate that she's one of my earliest characters, and I love her so much, and I've exposed her to you, chuckle fucks. But that's where we're at now.
It's okay.
Hell
we're
yeah.
not, we're not going to use her ever again.
Yeah, we are.
Before I made Ed, Noah, I'd made Adelia. She was one of the first PCs I ever made.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool, dude. Way to get her implemented. It'd be really well. No, it's probably for the best that you haven't brought Sirius into this campaign. He would just be fucking wrathful. He'd be the one that comes down and curses Keys for disobeying Paylor's orders. Actually, that could be really funny. If you want the character sheet, let me know. I still have it.
God. Is Centauri ever gonna make a?
There's some
Actually,
ideas, Sherry. Those ones match pretty well to your classes right now. Not too expensive, meet the rarity, but they would also be pretty beneficial even at any level.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
we're actually coming up on that level. No, go figure. There you go. If you want to bring that one back, that was a fun character.
Who is this?
That was the cleric in the campaign with Ed.
Oh, right. Okay. I already gave that price out to someone else, so
Still no word from Eeyore or Paige?
nope.
Well, what's gone is gone. Season, reason, or lifetime, I have it.
Okay.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I mean, good thing I have the paladin thing. That makes me proficient with a lot of things.
That first one is way more than I
Dude,
thought
Derek,
it would be.
I'm really
Yeah.
bummed that you haven't had more internal conflicts between your patron and Paylor.
He got really fucking lucky on the selection. If he had a Jin that was like a fire Jin, oh fuck no, that would have been bad. But he has a chaotic good Jin, so he's just like, look, as long as you defend the seas, I'm okay with that. And he literally chose a paladin oath, which makes it very hard to challenge him. Like, I gave you a moral choice, and you technically didn't choose the wrong thing. And I'm like, fucking damn it.
No, because I'm building my character around like how I see him. Like, okay, the past. He's very connected to the seas.
I literally said a child is in danger, or you could go hunt a monster, and he's like, "Well, my oath it literally says I need to kill awful monsters," and I'm like, God damn it! I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time.
It's true. Ugh.
It's really fun when somebody walks into a paladin play very, very stupidly as lawful stupid, and they don't understand what they're agreeing to. And I'm like, it's in the fucking book. I can take your powers away. So you better not agree to anything, you dummy.
Yeah.
I don't like doing the trickery thing. Like, I was a devil the whole time. Like, don't do that shit. But
Okay. I'm
always...
I'm taking away let's see. I'm adding that sword to my inventory.
Okay, just take away
Derek,
the
you
money.
bought a
and add
sword?
it. He bought a sword.
What'd you
Yeah.
buy?
Should I tell them or should I reveal it in
Reveal
my...
it in 2
Oh
weeks'
my
time.
God.
Noah?
I
What
don't
do you
care,
want?
Derek. I don't care. Do whatever you want.
Ooh.
That's not his sulking voice at all.
It isn't.
Alright. Okay, okay, so is it a great sword, a long sword, a rapier, scimitar, short sword?
It's going to have the stats of a longsword. It's going to have the appearance of a katana because I don't fucking
Okay.
put katana in the book, but it's the stats match up to a longsword.
Okay. Do I have the martial weapons and simple weapons?
I feel like as a paladin, you would get those.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
I'm just seeing which one.
Yeah, you've got martial and simple weapons under your proficiencies.
Okay, so I can use this. Equipment. Woohoo! Okay, so. Oh, dude. Look at the image of the longsword. That's like 100% what I'd pick up from this town.
Yeah.
Like, that's fucking dope.
Derek, that's awesome.
I can't understand why they don't pay more artists like Griffin Saddleback to go and just hit out every fucking item with an image. But then I remember, oh, that's right, they are money grubbing whores. They don't want to pay artists for work. That's right.
Yeah.
Fucking wizards.
Okay. So I guess I can tell Noah. I won't. I got
Brand
yeah.
secret.
Yeah.
Oh, share with the class.
Yeah. I got Frostbrand Longsword.
That's cool.
Yeah. So
I remember I wanted like a thunder sword or something like that, but I don't think that's happening.
The fun
So-
part's going to be when you get to face off against like rabid warforged or ancient dragons, and they just bite the fucking sword and take it from you like that.
oh god.
Again, if you go racing off to the end game content, I'm gonna like not cry at all. Like, okay.
Yeah. So what it gives me is a D6 frost damage, which harmonizes with my not
Djinn ability.
deity, but my Jin ability, which also gives me another, what is it at this point?
He's trying to get up to go and face off fire-based monsters, which is not a bad idea. It's not a terrible idea, I'm gonna be honest, but it won't always save you.
No, but I figure as if it just harmonizes with,
No, it's good. It's a good choice.
yeah. Where is it? How much?
I kind of was thinking about getting Flame Tongue. I think that would be cool. I feel like we need to turn these Dragon Bones into something, though. I don't think we'd be able to do that in the end game land.
You can definitely try to get stuff as simple as bone carving done, and you probably would be able to get that done in Aerosol. Might cost you some extra cash, but if you wanted to get stuff like the scales made into something, the Dragonborns would definitely have to do that for you.
Yeah. Yeah, so whenever I hit with it, it's 1d6 plus another 4 cold damage based off of my genie. And then it gives me resistance to fire damage. And then the fun thing that I can do with it is
Wait, that gives you resistance to fire damage?
yep,
Oh man, I should have taken that. Oh well.
it's above your tier, I think.
What? I got
Yes.
very rare. Oh. Is it not very rare?
I think only he got to the very rare. I think everyone
I
else
got
got
an
rare.
89. No, I wrote it down.
Yeah, you said me and Noah got
Yeah, look at session
one
chat.
very rare item, and then he got a very rare and an uncommon. If I'm not mistaken.
Very rare and rare would be. Anyways,
Oh yeah.
Oh man, well, knowing that. Oh well.
Yeah.
How much did you
No,
pay for it? Was
you
it
want
more
to get
than
an
6?
ice sword? It's probably cheaper than what yours was.
Yeah, 22. Okay.
Wow. Wait, you
But no,
paid 22K?
Sorry, 2200.
So, is there a difference
2,200.
in the resistance amount?
No,
Then yeah, I
resistance
get
is
that.
resistance.
The hell?
Yeah.
That'd be wicked. That'd
Yeah.
be my offhand.
In freezing temperatures, the blade becomes sting. So the blade sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius and a dim light for another 10 feet.
All right, I'm gonna do that. God,
And then-
that makes so much more sense.
And then when I draw it, I can extinguish all lights within 30 feet of me, all non-magical fires.
Are there 2 of those on this island, Jeff? Is that what we're hearing?
I mean, if you want to have a very well-made sword, you just got to pay the money. You're in Manhattan.
Can I do that? Except, can we homebrew one of these except for it to be thunder instead of frost?
No.
Damn.
Now you're
Sweet.
asking me to slap on customizations. I'm like, cool. That's gonna take 2 or 3 weeks of enchanting. Because again, you haven't met a fucking guy who can just slap shit on there.
Fucking
I mean,
enchanters not being around.
you could get the Staff of Thunder and Lightning.
Nah, dude, I don't use staffs. I need a sword. Yeah, I'll do that. Can I refund my? I'm gonna refund my 6K and do that
You
for
find your
2200.
6K and get rid of the ring.
Goodbye, ring. Delete. And then how much did you say it was?
Frostbrand is 2200.
Alright.
You
I
have to
go soon.
specify. Mhm.
So sorry to interrupt. I have to go soon. So I just wanted to see if we're thinking 2 weeks from now, or maybe.
I think 2 weeks should be fine unless anybody has any events. Yeah, the 5th. Nothing on my calendar yet, so I will tentatively set that, and then we can have a poll. And if anybody has a conflict, just let us know.
Oh. No, Noah. Look at the cloak of Arachnidia.
That's what Conrad wants. I'm alright on that.
Yeah.
That is badass.
Right? Melee dude rushes an archer, just step up onto the wall.
Um,
But yeah.
Jeff, what were you saying? Longsword, rapier, what?
It's up to you, obviously. So if you want to get the same type of thing, as long as you have the competencies, which
What is
you-
the fusion's also rapier. I'll do rapier. I'll just keep going rapier.
Okay.
What's the plus 1d10 or plus 1d8?
1d10 is if you wield it with 2 hands, 1d8 is with 1 hand.
Okay,
Correct.
I have a shield, so I'm
That's what the versatile means. So you would not be able to do that.
so it's a 1d8. But that's
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
because I still get 1d8 plus 2 plus a d6 plus 4. So yeah, no, that'll be really good for. I feel as if I'm going matching that middle line between my deities really nicely, much to your dismay.
Is it
You-
intentional or unintentional though, Derek?
I feel it's a 50-50. He's threading that needle real fucking fine. I haven't yet found anything in the legalese to be like, there's a conflict there. But I may have also too vaguely defined their domains. We'll see. Let's put it this way: you got two guys who are pretty powerful, one far more than the other, and their interests happen to align at the present moment. And that's me more so trying to give you threats, which basically supersede everything else. So there's no way for them to be like, well, I want you to face enemy B, or I want you to face enemy A. Like enemy C is more important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god. Could you paste my oath again? I should put that in my note.
It's in your sheet actually. Under features and traits, class features, the oath you selected should be listed under there. Nope, I'm wrong. I could have sworn they list this out for the player on their sheet. It says which one you take, but it doesn't give the whole. Nope. No, it doesn't. That's fucked up. Okay. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, because if that's gonna become a thing, I definitely need to be paying more attention to like how each deity wants me to go. Because right now, my Marid patron is just like, follow this guy and protect him and see where it takes you. Well, Paylor is just like, protect the sea and go out and kill monsters, and they somehow combine right now.
Open sea. Okay. Tenets of the open sea.
Oh. Oh, I see how you could have played this. If Cherie had been imprisoned, I probably would have had to go after her.
It wasn't going to be for very long. I just needed one interrogation session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I rolled a 9 during our sort of during our 100% roll. What does that get me?
You rolled a
A
9?
9. Yeah.
Well, since I was reversing the values, unfortunately you didn't want to roll low on that. So, you're sure it's a 9 and not a 90, right?
Yeah, I rolled personally to myself, and it was
Alright.
it was confirmed.
You spend the day, instead of shopping, you keep trying to get more information about the thief, and I will give you a one-off RP scene with her when we come back next time.
Yeah. Eyes. I'm probably gonna be giving you the sleep potion, by the way.
It's just
Is
what
that-
I need.
Yeah, because I feel as if your tricky little hands are gonna be very useful with that.
I mean, it depends, myself or Rickethan for sure.
Yeah, one of you two, because I think that would be very interesting. Also, I should probably disperse some healing potions, because right now I have 9, 10, 11 healing potions.
Well, we gotta deal with this Umberly thing first. Is it Umberly or is it like just blue rot? It's probably Umberly. Who knows?
The corpse of a cursed man was found in the bay, and now there's a random weird corpse coming up from the sea on our boat. So
No connection whatsoever.
None at all.
So
not gonna lie, I'm a little bummed out that the Robe of Stars is that expensive, but it kind of makes sense because it seemed really powerful.
No, I'm not using whatever the suggested DMG values is. I found a much better pricing system, and I'm like, no, yeah, this shit's costing y'all money. So
okay. No, I
I will-
appreciate that because it actually gives us like paid when we have to buy stuff,
Yeah.
which is how it should be.
yeah. Whenever I looked at the suggested stuff, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, an economy couldn't run if everything was priced this way. Like, I could very easily buy my way out of any job role. Like, businesses wouldn't succeed because now you could just buy the item.
I don't even know what the suggested price was, but yeah.